Good morning, everybody. How are you? Early start. Yeah. Here's what we're gonna do. Um, hey, Wolfpack, 68-month resub. Here's what we're gonna do. Thank you. Here's what we're doing. We are going to I'm gonna do some commentary on Booster 14.1 with NSF for a little while, and then we'll play some workers. Yeah. Should be good to go. Early new streamer. Oh gosh, I barely dressed for this. Where's the stream spool? All right, so just give me one moment. I will bring their feed up over here with permission. And yeah, I'm gonna do some commentary with Adrian and Alex on what's going on with a Starship. We have the blue hat today. Looks good. Yeah. Very nice. All right, so let me bring us over to the NSF feed, and you guys tell me when we have an acquisition of signal. I'll see you in a second.
That's their only option
Yeah,
that I know of, at
it's
least.
gonna be very interesting to see that. That's one of the things of version 2, right? Both for the ship and the booster, we're gonna see a lot of new things. It seems like the ship seems so far to be coming up first, and then the booster. But you know, the ship we already have seen a lot of interesting new stuff coming up, which is gonna be really cool to see in action.
It's gonna be quite cool for also like a knowledge kind of situation, because right now, of course, we always do like these overviews of, hey, what has been changed between flights, right? And we are talking about, hey, what's different on this vehicle, and that's a lot of like a very good question we always get is like, hey, what has changed between this and the last flight? And usually at these days the changes are fairly small. But with version 2, we are then back into, oh, here are the million things that just changed.
Like,
Yeah,
in terms of version 2, like version 2 of Booster, the more I think about it, the more I think we're not going to see like a true version 2 of Booster until the next pad's operational. I think they'll do like an interim, like 1.5. Like they'll introduce a lot of upgrades that they want to do at some point down the line. But like some of the big stuff, like there's the interface between the booster and the OLM is most likely going to change, especially if you've seen part 2, spoilers. Elon talks about how the current design of the hold down clamps and the hold down arms can bind when they retract. So there's a relatively decent reason as to why they open up the hold down clamp so early in the count but not, maybe they just don't want to take that chance, especially on liftoff, and then all of a sudden it holds. Um, there's also the issue of the engine chill. Right now they have to have separate pipes to all the engines to put it to the pipe that's on the outer ring and pipe it down. That needs to be internal and go through the main QD going down the line, or at least through the Raptor QDs on the outer ring. So there's a lot of things that they need to change, and a lot of that is going to require a new OLM to do it, which makes sense to why they're holding off for a new booster version until that happens.
Oh, you lucky people. We are getting even more voices into this stream, and I'm very, very glad to welcome Mr. EJ on this stream. EJ, how are you doing?
Do the voices in my head count?
Yes, the voices in your head
Yes.
count.
Yeah.
Oh, excellent. All right. Hey, how you doing? Hey, totally not here to crash. I mean, join the host with you guys. How you doing?
We are watching the most unknown test ever. What's your take on this? Like, how in the loop about this weird test tank are you, EJ?
Well, that silly SpaceX, that booster is much too small.
Yeah,
No,
right. Like
this is
we
a test article for it's 14.1, right? This one is what they're using it
correct.
for testing something with catch it like receiving a booster, right? Like that's what's going on here, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's exactly also what we know so far. It seems like because what exactly will they do today? Kind of an open speculation topic we have now, where we are like, gonna be interesting what we're doing today. EJ, I'm gonna throw this next one also to do. What's like we have all already going around the horn here and answer this question. So you're next on the line here. What
Yeah.
do you think they will do today?
Dudes, this one's kind of tricky. You can usually kind of surmise what SpaceX is trying to test here. Like, we'll take like Kevin Jen Michael Vincent Reed's favorite ship. We'll take yes, I'm calling him that from now on. Ship 26, right? Like, we didn't really figure out what that was for, but eventually I think SpaceX changed what it was for. They made it for that's good. All right, cool. Muting that. They changed Ship 26 to a test stand test article, right? Like after a while, it was kind of easy to figure out what it was, but initially it was a little bit difficult. I think this is the same way. Like 14.1, not 100% sure what this thing is supposed to do, but I think in time it'll definitely come into focus. I mean, what I usually do when I see something that SpaceX is doing that I don't understand is I try to look at the vehicles around it. Like, is there a crane around it? Like, what types of cranes do we have here? Because this thing is clearly designed to test something with the booster, something with super heavy near the pad. But what? That's the real key here. Like, what are we looking at here? Okay.
Mm.
I mean, clearly this thing can interface to the OLM. You can tell because if you look at the screen, because of the way it is, it can interface to the OLM. It clearly has the catch hooks on it, right? That we've seen on previous boosters. No grid fins. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure that's a telltale sign that this thing isn't going to hop, like per your discussion earlier, like with names, right? I don't think this thing's gonna hop. So, what are they gonna do? Drop it? They're gonna drop it and try to catch it with the chopsticks? I mean, is there a crane around? We know that crane is over at pad B, the big Libra crane with the power boom, but I think that's for assembling the pad. I don't think that has anything to do with this test.
Yeah, and I see some
Mm.
people here very much confused about the exact nature of today's test. And just to point out, right now, there's no crane holding this. So people are like, oh, they will do like a drop test right now. Well, how? Like, what's lifting it?
Yeah,
How?
not
Yeah,
sure.
they
The
can't.
thing is, a drop test wouldn't actually be that. I mean, depend. It would be maybe like a few meters to drop, like because you need to simulate the speed at which the booster is going to be at when it does land. So the real question is what's that speed? And then you would have to simulate that. But
Mm.
the other thing is you also can't simulate the control that a booster is going to have with this because it's still going to have its engines running for a little bit, so it still will be able to control itself as it's landing on the landing rails. So like you can't exactly simulate a catch. You could kind of get close, but you can't. It's one of those. It's one of those things. It's like the only true way for them to simulate is a catch is to do a catch, which is what
Mm.
they seemingly plan to do on Flight 5.
Yeah.
Like I think that's really the only true way you can do it. This is where this is them trying to verify systems that have been installed on this for a good amount of time, just not actually being used. Like they put these landing rails in when they built the chopsticks. They just haven't used them. So they're trying to verify that they work after 3 years.
Fellas, okay, so here's where my mind's going. Ryan, like, I kind of the drop test. I think that would be a little. That's too difficult. Like, why would you test like dropping this thing on your multi-bajillion-dollar pad? Like, I don't think that's right. Like, a drop test I think is too hard. I agree. I I'm thinking like, okay, so what are the unknown unknowns that SpaceX has to deal with receiving a booster? I think one of those things is okay. Say you do catch this thing, what do you do with it? And I think right there, that question kind of could probably alert to what 14.1 is supposed to do. Maybe 14.1 is a test article that SpaceX is using to test out the safing procedures of a received booster. Like, okay, so what do you do with this thing? You know, per the everyday astronaut video, Elon said that they could turn this thing around in an hour. Maybe this thing is testing that turnaround time. Like, what happens after the booster is caught, right? What do we do after that? Do you safe the tanks? Like, how do you depress the tanks? How do you repress the tanks? You know, how do you get them safe for the next flight? That maybe that's what this thing is doing.
Well, there's a slight issue with that. This thing does not have a quick disconnect plate.
Yeah.
So most likely, what they would do to safe a booster is they would catch it. Eventually, they would lower it down, hold it down with the points on the chopsticks itself, bring the stabilizers in, and then hold it, and it would just hang there. And basically, SpaceX would open the valves, let whatever methane and LOX that's in there to boil off,
Yep.
and safe the vehicle. And then eventually either put it onto a transport stand and hook it up to power, or put it back on the OLM and hook it up to power.
Yo,
Those are the
hold
two
up.
options.
Movement. We got movement. Sorry,
See
I didn't
that?
mean to interrupt, Brian.
That's what they did
Whoa.
last night. So they would move the thing in quickly and then try to hit a point so that, like, because you're gonna need to be able to move in quickly and hit a precise point when
Yeah,
you're
I
going
bet
in for
this
a
is like
catch.
calibration. I bet this is like there's some sort of system that basically needs to quickly calibrate, and they are like simulating can the system quickly gather the like
I don't know.
the go ahead, Alex.
I don't know if you've seen it, but even the other arm was bouncing, even though it didn't move. Like the
Yeah,
inertia just transferred to the other.
Yeah, and this is why they use a test tank, folks. Because if they went a little bit too far and they bang the tank, well, they can damage this. I'd rather not do that to a booster, an actual one.
Yeah, usually rockets do not take it well if you like put a giant chopstick next to them. Go ahead, EJ.
Don't no, I'm agreeing with you. Don't hit it. That's probably bad for it. You're not wrong. Dude, I like where you're going with that, Adrian, though. Calibration, though. This could be, you know, them working on chopstick movement to get the chopstick dialed in to move to the right spot without actually hitting a booster with a glorified, like, 30-ton hammer.
More
basically
Yeah,
there's
right?
like a position, there's like a distance between two sticks that you always want to achieve, right? Because that's you're basically building a landing platform. Because I still feel like it's kind of reversed how people think. Like the chopsticks are not actually catching the thing; they are more building a landing platform where the booster can then touch down on. So you want to make sure this landing platform that you build, like out of these two chopsticks, is correctly calibrated, because otherwise it's too small. Well, then your booster lands on the chopsticks. If it's too wide, well, then your booster goes all the way down to the floor. There's only one position that works.
Yeah. And we did see them upgrading the hydraulics that was like a month ago at this point. That might as well have been an eternity in SpaceX time. But
yeah.
We did see them upgrade those hydraulics. I'm wondering if those hydraulics maybe have a damper built into them to help, you know, because you're gonna induce movement on this thing. That chopstick's gonna carry a lot of momentum. They could be using this to test the dampers out on the chopsticks. So, you know, like if the hydraulic stops, there's still the momentum of that thing. And obviously you don't want to slap the booster. That would be bad. So yeah, I mean, Adrian, I think the more I think about it, dude, I think you're right. This is for calibration. Like you
I
don't
do
want to
wonder
risk a
if
whole booster. What's up, Alex?
Yeah, I do wonder if maybe that's why they closed the road or something. I don't know, because this is sort of the difference between today and yesterday. Yesterday the road was not closed. Today it is, and now we're seeing that arm moving again. It seems like it is opening. So maybe they're trying again later in a few minutes or so another test of these. But you know that could be probably why they're closing the
There it
road, right?
goes, moving back out again.
Yeah.
Oh, she moving.
So
So
that could be the reason where it's like we don't know if that thing is gonna be hitting the tank, right? So it could be one outcome where things might not go very right. So let's close at least because the launch pad is still, at least I've seen still some work on Tower 2, but I'm not fully sure if maybe they can allow people around the first launch pad.
Yeah.
But I love
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
I love this like completely weird observational kind of thing where we just don't have a clue. I sometimes like the fact that there isn't like a giant press release that tells us like every. Of course, it would be cool from a journalistic standpoint, but from an entertainment standpoint and from just like to speculate and observe and learn, this is fantastic.
It's getting to see a system in operation that no one has ever thought up before. Maybe thought up before, but never implemented or built before. It's basic, as you're talking about, Adrian, it's basically building a landing pad as the booster's coming down. Like, yeah, it's gonna be. I cannot wait to see an actual booster get caught. I hope they succeed on with Flight 5. I hope it does. There's that really good chance that it either misses or maybe one of the lifting points hits the rail and the other one doesn't, and it kind of hangs off and then falls down. I mean, there's a lot of different ways this could end, and they're all going to be amazing to watch.
Chat's gonna hate me for saying this, but Ryan, I think you might be right. I think that, the probability of catching those both catch pins at the same time, like, dude, don't get me wrong, I ain't doubting SpaceX.
First
It's
try.
Yeah, that's I don't know, but I have my own crackpot theory. I think the grid fins are their fail safe. That's why I think they're willing to risk a catch so quickly. I think the grid fins could hold super heavy up because if you think about the aero load that they're going to go through, no entry burn, no supersonic retro propulsion, right? The aero load on those fins we've seen from the landing footage from the last two flights is ridiculous. The amount of load that you could put on those things has to exceed the amount of load exerted from just holding the booster up. I think that's their failsafe. Like, I don't think they'll continually catch on the grid fins. I think that's definitely there. Just like it's like you could pick a plane up by its wings, but you're probably only going to do that once before something bad happens. But yeah, you could technically do it. I probably shouldn't. Probably shouldn't. Right?
Yeah, here's the thing about catching with those. Well, one, your load for those granted, if you hit all four of them, it's distributed. You distribute the load out, and you're talking probably 400 tons, I would assume. I'd like 350, 400 tons when that thing lands. As far as I know, those chopsticks are rated for about 500. At least that's the,
from
it's
the bag test.
yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah, I remember those. I remember the bag test.
Nothing, Chad. It's nothing. Shh.
But
Yeah, please
but
don't bring it up. The chat moderator still like they
Sorry,
remember
mods.
that day.
Oh god. Oh jeez. Sorry,
but
mods.
there's a big problem with landing on those, other than the fact that they're not designed to take a booster weight plus some little residual propellant. Is that you can't move the booster once you land on those. Like once the booster's landed, that's it. You have to like find a way to get the transport stand under it and lower it down without any stabilization arms into it and safe it. Good luck with that. Either that and remember, you can't bring a crane over because if the chopsticks are closed enough, you're not going to be able to get the load spreader bar down and to the lift points. You might be able to. It's a maybe. Depending on how closed the sticks are. If they're a little bit open, then yeah, you could get a load spreader bar and pick it up. You could pick it up with the LR 11K. But
yeah, that's what I was thinking. And yeah, Ryan, I agree with you. This is but think about it like this, dude. I'm not saying that if it does miss and it snags on a grid fin and the thing is like hanging sideways on the chopsticks, that it's not going to be. That should not. I'm pretty sure they don't want that to be their expectation every time, right? Like, pretty sure you don't want that. But it's possible to recover it. But I think that I think that catching the thing is just such an unknown. It's one of those things you can't really test for. It's just you got to do it, and it's clear that there would be a way to get that thing off of there, even if it's snagged on a grid fin. I'm just, I don't think that's what they want every time, though. I agree with you. It's got to be on the pins, but you could, right?
Yeah, I see some people here saying like, "Oh, it seems like you don't have that much trust in SpaceX." We do. But we are also painfully aware how hard it is to land a rocket in general, and as SpaceX, they are also aware about that. And then land like this. This is a whole different beast than Falcon 9. Like the precision they have demonstrated on Falcon 9 so far, that's not enough. Like the precision they would have on a Falcon 9 landing, and all these kind of like half a meter left, half a meter right, a bit wiggling on the drone ship. That's not enough. This wouldn't work. So
And then there's windage.
they're going,
on top of that, dude.
yeah. Go ahead, EJ.
No, I was just adding. There's windage, but yeah, I agree. They gotta. It's one of those things where you just gotta have to take a leap of faith here. Like, there's no. I mean, you could do a hop test, but I think that a hop test is it's too much of a detour. They just got to go for it because you guys, once again, you got to remember who's Starship's biggest paying customer. I've said this many times on the Flame Trench. Who's Starship's paid customer right now? Because it's not Starlink, it's NASA with HLS, right? So
Well.
catching these boosters is tantamount to Alex. Shh, don't judge me. Shh, it's true, right? So catching these boosters is tantamount to making HLS work. You can't expend a booster every time you want to go refuel HLS to get it out there for people to land. Maybe expend Starships. I think that's possible. That's why I don't think you don't see that much upgrades with Starship comparatively to like Super Heavy, right? I mean, there are. I mean, SpaceX can do more than one thing at once. It's not like, oh, we just got to do this and then we got to do this, right? They have to catch these boosters. Sooner or later, you just have to go and do it, right? And I think that's why there's Elon in the in company is very incessant on getting this, trying to catch. You have to do it eventually. That thing could miss and it could blow up, and all right, then now but the data gained from that is invaluable. No one's ever done stuff like that.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And I believe we have the replay of what we believe here is like a speed up version of the first calibration here, and
So,
we'll
if
see. And
you
go ahead.
sorry, if you look closely, when the stick gets in real close, you can see the test tank tilt and bounce a little bit. I think they hit it. However,
Whoops.
but I mean, that's kind of the way you have to stop the sticks. Honestly, they're gonna have to build a booster that can take the chopstick hitting it slightly, because you need it that close.
Oh yeah, you
That's
can
why
see
there are
how-
bumpers on this. That's why they're going to be putting bumpers on the sticks. They took them off for these tests because there's no reason to damage them, but that's kind of why they have them.
Maybe that's why
yeah,
they only have the bumpers on this right arm,
Mhm.
because the other arm doesn't have bumpers. You can see it there. Carson,
does-
what are you
Yeah.
doing? He's playing with a video.
Yeah.
Was it
It
so?
does.
Just to recap the situation here, was this basically after they potentially hit the test tank? Was that when they also inspected the area? Because we saw people on the chopsticks there, right? So maybe they had a look and were like, "Whoops, is that still fine?" And
But
they
the people were before.
Yeah, that was
okay,
before that.
that's why I was asking. Like, I wanna like get a proper timeline here. So quite interesting. And again, we expect potentially more tests here. We'll see if they will test more. And of course, just to point it out, this was not real time right now. That was a speed up version. That was not the actual real pace they moved the
Right.
chopsticks.
That didn't
I
look.
think that was the actual speed.
That,
Well,
that did not look
Carson-
sped up.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that was the actual speed. Yeah, that was
Yeah,
real
that was
time.
real
Was that
time.
I
Carson
thought it was like
Yeah.
double. That was
No.
real time.
No,
No.
Carson
That was
is
like
saying
double
that was
speed.
real time. Nope. No
Okay.
sped up
Then I
version.
was fooled again because I thought,
Yeah,
oh yeah, that's probably double speed.
that's how fast it moves.
Yeah, that's how fat. It is kind of interesting though that they are only doing the well, at least from this vantage point, the right stick, and they're not doing the other one. Like I do kind of find it odd. Yeah, maybe they're okay. Maybe here's what they plan to do on Flight 5 if they don't upgrade the other side or do any changes to it or don't test it. Maybe like as soon as the booster passes, they're gonna move. They'll move the well. looking through the tower, I should say. They'll move the right stick in, the one that haven't been testing at all. They'll move that in first and just get that into position where it needs to be, period. And then what they'll do is, as the booster comes down, the left one is the one that's going to come in, do the full close, and try to line up perfectly. Maybe they only want one to move really fast and not both.
Are you sure they can do that? Because the booster needs to still go through. And if the right chopstick is already in the position for catching, then that means it will hit the engines.
Well, I guess the question then is then I don't really know, Alex. At
The
least
engines, or even the what's it called?
shines.
The chines. There you go.
Yeah.
I couldn't come up with a name right away. But yeah, like I really think they need to close both. It's just that they're focusing on that left one because it's like the one that is, you know, now being tested, but they have also been testing the other one as well. So I don't know.
Interesting
don't
stuff
know.
indeed. We'll watch for. Can we quickly check with the roadblock, because the roadblock here will be the indication that they will do more of these tests, of course. And there we go. Road's still closed, so we expect more of this rapid movement at some point, which totally surprised one of the commentators here, which I won't know by name, and totally surprised them.
Yeah, I think the road is mainly closed just to the public. They're definitely still doing stuff near Pad B, because as we can see, the crane, the CC 8800-1, is lowered itself a little bit. So they're definitely still doing stuff over there, and you can see diggers in operation. So I think this is more of a closure for the public, so no one gets too close out in the dunes or anything like that, and SpaceX workers can still go and do stuff at the launch site. So not like a full closure.
Yeah, at least from this perspective, all I've been able to see is like a lot of the work has been on the left-hand side of this view, which is Pad B, but Pad A on the right, I haven't really seen anything that, you know, that speaks lots of activity or anything. It's been pretty much cleared.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising still that I think that they closed the road for this. Like I'm seeing some confusion about this, and I'm with that. Like this test, if you think about the fact that they fired the deluge system without a road closure, it's kind of interesting that this one is warranting a closure. Like maybe that's just me that is confused about this, but I feel like it feels like a very soft amount of potential danger to public while this is closed.
Yeah, they've done a lot of things with the road open that makes you question whether or not they would actually close the road, and this is one of those head scratchers. I mean, I can understand why they would want to do it, but knowing their past, it's kind of like, it is kind of surprising. I don't know. Apparently, just the worker, you can see on the south cam here, you can see them. They're breaking up and digging up the last of that concrete where Pad A was in that area. You can see the diggers moving around, so they're still working hard and destroying what was left of the good old suborbital site, which there really isn't much left of these days. I don't even think that SpaceX sign is long for this world, but we'll find out.
At least it wasn't like the Road to Mars sign that was like constructed, finished, and 2 weeks later knocked down again for partial.
Right.
So that was a sad one. So yeah, we'll certainly see what happens here. But yeah, Pat 2's going up here. I'm looking forward to also see a Pat soon here, not only the tower. But yeah, it's certainly interesting to now soon to be seeing here 2 different launch towers.
Yeah, and this one is already a significantly changed design over the last one.
Yeah.
The
I don't know
base
about-
is already taller.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I don't know about you guys, Ryan. Sorry, I don't mean to keep popping in. There was a shot of the power boom crane. That thing is super freaking cool. I'm sorry, I'm shamelessly pointing out how cool that crane actually is with the wide boom. It's called a power boom. I think it's so neat. Sorry.
I
And
think
it's so enormous.
DMAG's name for it is a booster boom. I think, if I remember correctly. I think that's
Yeah,
their name
baby.
for it rather than a power boom. But
That's
it's
SpaceX boom. Name too.
it's a really cool one.
It's a monster crane, dude.
Do not. I want to quickly say this. Like, there's a car going to the pad. Do not panic about this. We have talked about this a bit earlier. SpaceX workers are still entering the area around the first pad, but this is probably not.
The cop has left the roadblock.
Oh,
There's still one of the cars at the roadblock, though.
yeah,
The
but
sheriff
It's
has left it.
interesting.
the sheriff has left the roadblock. Are they resolving the roadblock here? We'll see. There's still one car. As long as there's like one car parked here in the middle, I'm optimistic.
Is that also the security Tesla, the black one that just passed by?
I don't.
But certainly that person doesn't
I
look
know
like
there's
he's
one of
about to
them.
depart. Like,
Yeah, I know at least one of them. It's like a black, completely black Tesla. It's super cool because it looks like some kind of SpaceX FBI kind of thing. Because it
the
also has its own lights.
SpaceX FBI.
Yeah,
Just
'cause
like-
I don't know. It's kind of like, yeah. Anyways, whatever.
This is a weird closure in the fact that like the launch site's not clear, so seeing cars go to the pad is not like it's not like an indication that they're done. It's an indication of they're still working normally. Is the funny thing. As we saw, they had the road closed and there were SpaceX workers up on the sticks. I think this is one of those things is where SpaceX workers are around to troubleshoot while they're doing some of this testing, and that's the main reason. And they can stay there as long as they're away from the pad while they do this, but it's not actually closed.
Yep, it's not over yet because we have like seen them update the road closure pretty quickly once it's actually over, and also there's still a car on the pad, like on a roadblock here. So it doesn't seem like if you're not working for SpaceX, you're getting to this pad right now. So let's see here. We have some super chats here. I want to thank Billy the Blade Malcolm with a £2 super chat. Thank you so much. We have Josh Zero with a $5 super chat saying, "Call it baby boom." I mean, I'm open for more name suggestions. I will call it. Go ahead, DJ.
Slappy. Call it slappy because they
Slappy.
slap it with the chopsticks. Yep.
Can we? Am I too German when I say I will call it B14.1? Because that's its serial number.
No, that's just the right amount of German. That's fine.
Perfect. Then we are fine. I mean it's just easier to remember, right? I always remember like these serial numbers better than like nicknames.
You think that booster test article 14.1 is easier to remember than slappy?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you're definitely German. Yep. Okay.
I don't know, like I order like it's also when people refer to all of these cranes by nicknames, and I'm like, no, that's like an LR 11,000. That's easier to remember.
Okay. I mean, you're talking about the cranes. I'm talking about the actual test article, but yeah.
Yeah, but
okay.
it goes for all.
Yeah. I got you.
Ringtone with a $2 super chat saying Squirrel. Thank you. Billy the Blade Malcolm with another 2 super chat. Skrill. Skrill.
Skittles?
Thanks for having fun, EJ.
Chad, are you okay?
It's a funny word, okay? Skrill.
Squirrel?
It's Germans apparently cannot say that
Squirrel?
word for some reason. Yeah, exactly that one.
Yeah, that one.
Oh, you're talking about the road. Yeah, okay. Yeah, squirrel. Yeah, okay, I got you.
Yeah. Chad at some point found out that Germans cannot properly say that word, so they always make sure that I have to say it a lot when I'm on. So,
Wow. You stay classy, Chad. Jeez.
Billy the Blade Malcolm with another 2 super chat saying, "What about chop dropper?" I mean, so far also no dropping. If it drops, I'm open for that. Charlton Hawkins with a super chat saying, "I like Choppy, brother to Hoppy. Don't call it Hoppy when Jack is around. He will be very angry." Josh,
So
True.
Hoppy.
Yeah.
Poppy.
He's not here.
There we go.
Yep,
Josh
that's right.
Zero with the $5 super chat saying, strap G-Man toilet to super heavy, then give it a toilet in space. Oh no. I know that. No.
No.
Greg,
Oh,
no.
Negative.
Greg Rosker becoming a Pad Rep member. Thank you so much. Captain Taco with $5 Canadian super chat saying, should name it Chunk like from the Goonies.
yeah.
And then it's like a very long "Hey you guys" after that. I don't know that reference. I'm sorry.
Do the truffle shuffle. Chat, do the truffle shuffle. Do it. Do it.
I'm once again out of pop culture knowledge.
Don't worry about it. I got this.
Thank you,
You just
Ichi.
got this.
Load Runner upgrading to Red Team. Welcome to Red Team. Might be needed here with SpaceX. We'll see. Michael Zimmerman with the $44 super chat saying, use B14.1 as a massive beer cooler. That's a lot of beer.
That's a lot.
First off, thanks for a very generous super chat, and that's a lot of beer you could cool in that beer cooler. I'm just have to say it. Might go for it.
You might need some insulation though, because at least a little bit. But that's
Everything cools fast in logs.
Now I want to. Now I have the want to do that math. Like, how much massive beer could you fit in that tank?
Yes.
Yes, the answer is yes. It's a lot.
Adrian, chat wants me to say squirrel in German now.
Oh yeah, well I can totally give you that word. That's easy. I will.
Okay, let me try. Let me try it. Eichhörnchen.
Yes, it's that's close. It's Eichhörnchen.
Those words. Say that again.
Eichhörnchen.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
See, it's also hard in German. Maybe it's just a word that is. Maybe that word is like hard in every language.
Squirrel. Okay.
Alex, what's it? What is it in Spain?
Easy in Spanish. Ardilla. It's super easy.
So my theory just is no longer valid. Cool, thank you. Michael Zimmerman also with a 10 Red Team memberships. Thank you so much for that. And Stephen Hergest with a super chat saying, can they raise the chopsticks fast enough to simulate a catch? Oh, basically, so the momentum comes from the sticks instead of the tank. I mean, by evidence, they can move them apparently faster than I thought. So
I actually did the math because a lot of people were talking about dropping it. You know how far away you need to drop this to sort of match what we expect to be the landing velocity? We expect the landing velocity, by the way, to be about 3 meters per second. That's more or less what maybe they can take. Half a meter.
Far.
That's not even half a ring of this vehicle. Like that's how far up they will have to drop it from. So just a very small drop, half a meter of a drop.
I don't think they're more. I don't think it's more. I don't think it's about load testing per se. I mean, maybe just the rails themselves, but I think it's more about they want to try to nail a spot with these arms. Is I think what the point of this is. And ever since they did that move in and they booped the booster, booped the test tank, they haven't really moved it at all. I'm wondering if they went, they accidentally. Because if you really look at it, it looks like the booster moved like a solid inch. Like it moved an inch to one side and then like bounced back. So it wasn't nothing with how much they hit it. They hit it a decent amount. So I don't know if...
Watch them change the clamps on the OLED because they got damaged.
Oh, man.
Yay, another parade of like 19 clamps being lifted. Woohoo!
Yeah. They've had to do it. They have had to do it after every single launch because I really don't know what happens to those clamps. I don't know if like the hold down arms don't go back in fast enough or something and they get fried.
Somebody apparently ignites also like a plus 250 tons engines next to these clamps.
I mean, true, but it's one of those things. It's like you would think you would hope that those are designed for for that, but I guess not.
You never learn. You never know. Sorry, you never
Right.
learn. That's a weird saying. Alex, let's start with you here. Stage crew at school asking, what do you think the first flight will be on Pad 2? Yeah, good luck with that, Alex.
Yeah, good luck with that.
You did it on purpose. Like, you know.
Absolutely. 100%.
Oh, dear Lord.
Throw a number.
Hang on. Let me do the math, because now I have to do
Do
the
the
math.
math. Alex is gonna do the math. That's good. Hmm.
Okay, then I'm throwing it to EJ while Alex is doing the math. EJ, what flight will be the
Flight
first? Oh, good.
12 or 13?
Do you want to
12,
explain your
yeah.
math?
So, you know, Ryan did a comment a while ago on the new booster version, right? And how it's very unlikely to fly from this location, from Pad A, because of how many changes version 2 will have in terms of, a lot of newer things and everything, including more thrust and all of that. I do agree with that, but also there's a thing, that, maybe a lot of people here, which may be more experienced and have been around for a longer time, might have heard that perhaps what we're going to see is like an overlap of the version 2 of the ship flying on the version 1 on the booster for at least a few flights. So we have flight 5 and then flight 6. We had documentation recently going out that implies that we're going to get flight 5 and 6 on version 1, and then flight 7 will be the first one with the version 2 of the ship. However, the booster for flight 7, unless they skip a lot of boosters, it is definitely not version 2. It is still version 1. So my guess is that then which one might be the first booster, version 2? If the hardware that we've seen so far indicates anything, it's that it's at least no earlier than booster 18, which means we're going to get at least 4 or 5 flights of that weird mix of version 2 on version 1, essentially. So version 2 of the ship flying on booster version 1. This is nothing new for SpaceX, by the way. They have already flown Falcon 9s where the second stage was ahead in their configuration relative to the booster. So the booster was like a few blocks behind or something like that. Or even now with Block 5 being online, they still have like subdivisions of Block 5, and they've flown like later subdivisions of that Block 5 first on the second stage and then on the booster.
Now,
All of
Alex,
this to say,
yeah.
hang on, I'm gonna
Oh, no,
wrap
finish.
this up.
Go ahead, dude. Go
Yeah.
ahead. I thought you were
So
done.
just 1 minute here. Just saying that all of this to say that if booster 18 is that, then it might be like flight 12, flight 13, and
Yeah.
it will probably match the time when the second pad might be online, because that might be a year and a half from now. Because if you think about that, that will be 8 flights from now. That's a lot of flights from now, right? So yeah, that's some ways away, and that's probably going to be a year from now.
Cool.
Go
Yeah,
ahead,
no, I
EJ.
just, yeah, no. What I wanted to say is that, like, dude, just to refresh chat's memory. Like we know Block 1, Falcon 9, Block 2, Block 3, Block 4, right, and then Falcon 9 1.0, 1.1. You talked about stages. Like, I don't think a lot of people know that they've been upgrading that stage all the time. Like, how many blocks do you think the second stage has gone through? Just for matter of fact.
Probably 5 or 6.
There you go.
Yeah, it's
Right. Like, so you've seen
it's
like,
funny because
yep.
yesterday there's actually a thing that those second stages actually have serial numbers, and by pure chance Max caught the serial number of the second stage of yesterday's Falcon Heavy, and it was the 325th. It was serial number 325, which is like, wow, 325 second stages. That is a lot of second stages. So
Can you believe
imagine
that?
how many of them they have been able to iterate, just giving little improvements here and there. Not major ones, but little ones here and there to improve reliability, performance, etc., etc. That is a lot.
I will always say it. The booster team gets too much praise versus the second stage. We need to also praise the second stage team of Falcon 9 more. It's
I mean,
insane.
they gotta be cranking out a second stage like every day, right? To match a sub 2 day launch cadence, they gotta be cranking out one almost like a production chain. That's
I want to see that
wild.
production line.
Yeah, me too, man.
I want to see
Yeah.
that production line
Me
of those
too.
second stages. Like I
Must be
mean,
righteous.
you see a car production line. Okay, yeah, it could be automated or partially automated, like seeing Teslas. That's cool and all, but I want to see a production line that pumps out rocket second stages with an engine out like once every day and a half, 2 days.
Crazy.
You know that picture of like the Atlas production? Oh,
Yeah.
look at that!
Oh, there it goes.
Wow!
Oh,
Wow!
it just nailed the boost.
Dude, did it hit it?
Yeah, it did. Oh yeah.
Oh my lord!
That
Yeah,
looked
Yeah, it did.
that looked
that
like
hit.
some. We need some replays as soon as we
Oh,
can of
yeah.
that, but
That
that
is-
looked like a hit.
That is why they use a test tank.
Yeah, okay. I think it's pretty conclusive what we know what 14.1 is for.
Yep. It's
14.1
it's
is
gets
like, I'm so
slapped again
glad.
and again and again.
Yeah, 40.1 is like, I'm
That
so
looked
glad I get into
fast.
PV under DOM. That's so funny. And it's just being
Whack.
hit over and over
Wow.
again.
Hey, stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself.
Stepping yourself.
Wow!
So
Is this,
we now
is
have
this
the
a boost?
answer if SpaceX is worried after hitting it once. No.
No.
Yeah, nope. That yeah, that
Oh, the
They
sheriff
hit-
is
they-
back.
they slapped it. All right.
The sheriff must had to go do something, and there was a other car there. So the sheriff is back at the roadblock, by the way.
Just a
Wow.
I'm
fish
so
wheel.
looking
Just a
forward to this
scratch.
replay.
Right?
I
This is
want them
so
to pull
funny.
the arm away and then see a big dent.
I don't know, man. Maybe they got the dampers figured out. Maybe that's what they're trying to configure. They're trying to configure the damping rates on the arm, and you might get a couple of strikes that way. But
Somebody-
now here we can.
somebody at the damper design team was making a bet like, these dampers are so good you can even hit the chopsticks like on a booster. No problem. And like the rest of the engineering team is like, yeah, no.
I wonder if
she's,
they're also testing
moving.
how much they can slap the booster before it breaks.
Because I mean, this has about the same structural integrity as a methane tank on a booster. It's the same stringer setup and everything. It's just the tank's smaller, but it's got the same stringer setup as a methane tank. So that's also a test of that too. Is how much can we hit the booster before we actually damage it?
And here comes the moment of truth, because the chopstick is moving out again. Will we see a dent? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
But I bet part of the testing is also, figuring out what happens if they slap the booster and if
Yeah.
it still survives. Because that might be one of the things that they may be trying to get to, where it's like, okay, let's say that the landing is bad, that we somehow slap the booster. What will happen? So, but might be part of the testing today. Like this might be, part of the whole sequence.
I don't
Looks good
see
to
any
me.
dents, boys.
Yep, looks good to me. I think we can clear it of dents.
Dude, I mean, chat. Maybe somebody will run these numbers. Like, how much momentum does that chopstick have when it moves that fast? I mean, Ryan, I said it was 30 tons earlier. You guys, do we have a mass rating on that chopstick? That's got to be like, it's more than 30. I was just taking a guess.
Pretty sure Ryan Hansen has a pretty good number. I don't know it off the top of my head though, because I know he's modeled it. Maybe
Yeah.
Zach Golden does as well, because they know more about this system than I do.
Yeah, exactly, people.
It's not light. I like say it's even 50, 60 tons, which it's probably even more than that. I mean, you're talking the tubular steel here, which is pretty thick to begin with. I don't even remember how thick the thing is. They built this 2.5 years ago. And then you have to calculate how fast it's moving, which you need to find a way to measure that based off of well, where it is, where it's going, and you got to know that space. And well, perspective is kind of an odd one, especially with the camera here.
Right.
So, but if you had everything, you could do the math. But I don't think we have all the data to actually do it. But
And just to confirm this, I see some people in chat. Yes, we are getting replays, and yes, we are also checking
yeah.
if we get audio of it. We're checking.
We are checking. Over.
We're doing all the checks.
Yeah, we are checking.
We are checking. Go with plan C. Over.
yeah,
It was funny because I was about to talk about the production stuff and everything, and then I see the chopstick movement. I was like, look at that!
Right.
I think if they're trying to fine tune it to hit it to like hit a good spot and get the thing, I don't know if that was better or worse.
I mean, I don't know what their design goal here is. Like, I don't know
Right.
what is the good result. Do they want do they want to slap the booster? Do they don't want to slap the booster? Like, that's the information we lack here.
Yeah. People are asking for more slaps.
We want
More slaps?
to slap the booster.
Oh,
Wait, never mind. Question.
I have a feeling you're gonna get more slaps. I have a feeling like they're gonna keep testing this until they get the arm to the position where they want to. Every time they move it. Basically the I'm trying to think of the phrase for it. My mind's
Slap,
blanking right now.
chopstick. What? Sorry.
I love
Slap
how we.
Adrian,
I will just read what you just said in the back channel, Alex, because I think it's so accurate. We have 7.5 people here watching with us here how a test tank is getting slapped. That's what's happening here.
look, Adrian, I don't want to make your. Go ahead, EJ. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, hey, I'm here for the Texas tank slapping. This is great. Anyway,
I don't want to make your
Thanks,
job any harder, Adrian, but people are asking for merch. Slap merch.
yes, I'll buy 40 of those right now.
A t-shirt that says something like along the lines of like, I went to Starbucks and I got slapped by the chopsticks. I got was a slap
More
from the chopsticks or
slaps.
something like that.
OMG, slap the booster. What? Sorry, sorry, I was thinking of something else.
Yep, also good. Anyway, we are now down 2 slaps on this booster. We are still working on replays. Stand by for that. There will be replays, and I'm so glad we are covering this. This is the funniest test ever.
So, this I just thought of this. So, like, there is also one reason why there isn't a dent is because they do have a line hooked up to pressurize it. So basically, the tank's pressurized, which means in order to truly dent it, you would need to hit it really hard to counteract the pressure, which they probably have a couple bar in there. Because why not?
Yeah, I mean, they probably gave it some stability because otherwise that thing is very vulnerable against, well, slaps.
Yeah, there has to be some ullage in there. Like, why would you test with an unpressurized booster? Test as you fly, right? That's basically his motto, right?
In theory, they now should have very good data of what the actual pressure in the tank would be at the moment of catch because, well, they reached that moment in the last flight, right? So they should have a model of like, oh, it's like that amount of bar, and then they can pressure the tank up until that moment and go with that. Go ahead, EJ.
I was actually going to say, how much bar do you think they have that pressurized to? Do we know?
I know we had some bar numbers for the early pressure test of Starship.
Yeah.
But I'm no longer recalling it.
It's probably in the realm of 4 or 5, maybe higher.
Wasn't one of the failures of the cryo test like around 6 to 8?
I think so. It's been a while.
So
I don't know if Alex remembers or not.
People are asking like 6 to 8 bars. It's like
There's
70, 80 psi for the people that use PSI.
Yeah.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
That's a lot of pressure.
That's a lot. I mean, it's not inside the rocket engine pressure, but it's a lot for tank.
Especially this size.
Yep.
Do we want to address the newest poll? Like,
what is that? What does that poll say?
More
slaps. Duh.
Yeah.
Like that.
Of course we want more slaps.
So, if somebody told me like 4 years ago, you're gonna sit with three amazing beans here and cover a giant steel tube in Texas, getting hit with another huge bar of steel, that's like, how to explain your job 101.
Ryan in our back channel, are they seriously just slapping it until it breaks? And
I really
Chris,
hope so, Ryan.
Chris goes, I hope so.
Yeah, see, yeah, Chris gets it. Chris gets it. This is
Yeah,
why I
that's-
like.
Look, to slap a vehicle just to break it, they should put ship 26 there.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be so good.
That
Yeah.
will be an amazing way of scrapping ship 26, I gotta say.
The only problem is it wouldn't be able to go on to the OLM. So it's the only problem.
They can make an adapter.
Okay,
That's
right.
true. They could.
we take an empty super heavy engine section. You put the hot staging ring on top of it. Boom, we're good to go.
You don't even need to do that. You just need to take a single with some stringers for the strength, that has an interface to the booster clamps, and then weld it to the bottom of the skirt of 26. The only problem is you wouldn't be able to roll it around on a ship stand. You'd have to use a booster stand, and well, you could use the old booster stand that this thing was on, and there, ship 26. You can stick it on the OLM and whack it.
I want to point out, apparently there were 37 minutes between the first and the second movement test.
How much? Say that one more time.
37 minutes.
Oh man.
So we are probably, how long is the last test ago? Like 10, 15 minutes?
Yeah, it's a little less
Yeah.
than that.
I think what they're doing is they're doing a test, and then they're looking at the data, see where it stopped, how fast it was going, extension, all that stuff, and then they're going into the program and changing their numbers, and then they're going to try again. I think that's what we're doing, basically. Just
People are calling on the chat, are we really now calculating slap intervals? Yes. We do.
We need to find whatever the mean interval of slap is for optimum slap testing. This is important. This is important
Yeah.
data. It needs to be reviewed by our
Yeah.
peers or something.
All of this is just data.
Let's do a a spreadsheet on the slappings.
Can we not do that, please?
oh man.
I will not go down that road. I will instead thank some more people to save this conversation. And
slap
Schema
counters.
with $2 super chat saying dropper or droppy. So far it's more slapper or slappy.
Slappy.
Justin Wayne with the $10 super chat saying the variety of stringer arrangements on ship 26 would be ideal for testing how much reinforcement is required to handle the impact of the sticks on the hull. I like where you're going, Justin.
Mhm.
Jake Essex with a £4.99 super chat saying, call it the do you live, bro. So far, again, the test is the test is moving into a very different direction than we thought, and I love it.
Nice. Sorry.
Go ahead.
No. Do you even lift? That's awesome.
Aramio.
All right.
Remy with super chat saying, how many squirrels tall is B14.1? A lot. The answer is a lot. Space Rocket Lab models, motions, and scale. Wow. Hello guys, thanks for the great work. Can I make a stubby booster and send it to you? I'll text you on the email. I do space scale models. I mean, for sure. Hit our email, and if you want to send us something, and I'm sure we'll. Yeah.
Drones up there.
Ooh, they're inspecting with the drone.
Yep, they're definitely looking to make sure they didn't hit it.
But yeah, for sure. Please text us on the email and
Do it. You won't.
then we have Miljan Bojovic with €5 super chat. If you move the I line from B14.1, it becomes 3.141, which is pi. I don't know why, but my brain works like this. That's fine.
Pi booster is fine. We can call it that.
Oh, Peliju Prince just donated €4 for the longest word in German. Somebody here wants to give it a try before I say it?
I am not saying that.
Type it in the back channel.
No.
I'll attempt it. I'll attempt it. Let's go. I'm in.
I will send it to you in the back channel. It's a very fun. Wait, why is it not copying? Give me a second.
Okay.
Do you see it in the ticker?
Oh.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Oh, there it
not
is.
saying
Back
that.
channel.
Okay.
I'm
All right.
good.
I'm going to the loony bin. Let's go, chat.
Uh-oh.
Let's go.
Rindfleischstück Saufgebenübertragungsgesetz.
Yeah, you're very
Boom.
close there.
Hey, all right.
It's
Alright.
die Rindfleischetikettierungsüberwachungsaufgabenübertragungsgesetz.
I bless you.
It's easy, you know.
Oh yeah, it's easy. Yeah. No, you're not wrong.
I don't know. I'm calling the Inquisition just because that sounded like some kind of witchcraft.
No, it's actually a law. Basically, I will not dive deep into what this is. Yeah, Carson is taking
Oh,
over.
man.
Replays.
Yeah, let's go to the replay.
Yeah, let's go to replays.
Oh, jeez.
There it is.
It will be funny if they were to do it again, and it will be like side by side, all at once.
We are waiting for the right chopstick to move.
There we go.
And
Send it.
Bong.
you can
even
see
see
like
some
dust. Yeah, there's dust going up from the moment.
Dude, I can't tell if it's making contact or not. It's really hard to say. It looks like it's being dampened, but then the ship moved. 14.1 moves. I was about to say ship 26.
Oh, it moved again.
Oh yeah, it moved.
Corbin, it moved.
Go back.
I called it. I called
Go
it.
back.
Oh my god, they
I
did
called
it
it.
as
Alex
we
called it,
watching the
we missed it.
replay.
Go back. Roll it back.
I called that.
We'll do it live.
Amazing.
They're
Let's pull it.
increasing the slap rate.
Dude, how did you do that, Alex? Are you a wizard?
Maybe.
That's Alex. If he talks about things with Starship, he manifests them into
It's
reality.
funny how it happened like within a minute, less than a minute actually.
Yeah, we need a
Oh,
replay of the
possibly,
replay.
yeah.
Sorry, Carson.
Quick, do it.
So, give Carson some time. He will work on it as they increase the rate in which they apparently whack this booster.
This is a good thing of having the pull system, which is, if we miss something for whatever reason, we can still pull it and show it live here and commentate it still.
So, but yeah, I'm like, while we wait for that, can we watch for another? Can we watch the replay of the second whack for another time? Is that possible, Carson? Am I demanding too much right now? Because I really want to see if there's movement. It's hard to see. I'm with EJ. It's like hard to spot.
It's tough to say. Like, at first glance, it looks like it stops, but then you see the ship kind of move. I'm almost wondering. I mean, Ryan, did you say there's some kind of pad in there? I'm almost wondering if there's like a.
There
like
are
a bumper or
pads.
something.
There
Yeah.
are bumpers on the right. The stick that they are moving, there are bumpers on it. Yes.
Yeah.
So
I would almost imagine like it's like the padding that you'd see on a dock or something for ship in water. It's just some foam bumper pads or something.
it's also the first time they brought those pads back after they started using them on the last flight when stacking ship. Before that, if I remember correctly, they were using it. I think it was
There's for sure contact. There's like 100%. Can we roll that again? I can give you the exact point to look at where you can see perfectly that there's contact.
Carson, do it again.
Do it again.
Look, you see these two stubby things coming out of the booster prototype at the top? Like these very small little things that are a bit higher than the booster itself. Look at that area. And then watch for
the crane to lift it.
Yeah, the crane lifting area. And now basically roll it again. You will see it there wobbling. If we can roll it again. I'm sorry, Carson. I know I'm horrible here. There.
Yeah, it moved.
Yeah, it hit it a little bit.
Also, that stabilizer kind of that didn't look good for that stabilizer. below the stick.
Yeah, it was wobbling around down there.
What I was gonna say is they originally had pads on. I think it was either 24 or 25. I think it was 24 that they were lifting with it, and maybe it was even 20. But it was a while ago. But the pads were too big with the ship lifting pins, and they broke a bunch of tiles. So they had to remove them, and then they redesigned them.
This is the wonkiest test ever, and I love it. And I love that we will get replays of the third test. I love also how somebody in chat is like, "Hey, I just joined. I'm so confused." I'm like, "Yep,
Yes.
We are all
Welcome.
confused.
Oh,
Who
yeah,
who
join the
wants
club.
to recap what we are seeing here so far?"
Do you guys want the short version or the
We're
funny
seeing a
version?
test tank being slapped. That's the
Yeah.
really
Yeah.
Yeah,
short
but
version.
EJ, but what? Give us the proper context besides like of course the slapping. What? Why is SpaceX doing this?
It looks like they're testing the parameters for the chopsticks when they go to do a catching motion. Namely, where the chopstick would stop before it turns the booster into a crushed soda can when it comes down to land. They're definitely testing the damper rates and the movement rates on those chopsticks. Once again, you want to catch the fly, you don't want to crush it in the chopstick. So I'm pretty sure that's what we're seeing here. They're slapping 14.1 with that chopstick to because you don't want to risk coming into contact with a flight booster, right? So they're just moving the chopsticks back and forth and actually moving that however many ton chopstick in and trying to move it close enough without actually slapping that tank, which it's pretty wild considering how big those chopsticks are. But yeah, that's what we're seeing here. We're watching SpaceX slap 14.1 with a chopstick. Drone, bird, drone.
Yeah,
Bird.
it's been up the whole time.
Top of the
Now we
screen.
just
Bird.
see it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bird, drone.
Well,
It's a plane.
yeah.
It's a bird. It's Superman. What?
Well, if we didn't see it on the camera, it doesn't exist.
Okay. Copy that.
Drone goes up, drone goes down. You can't explain that.
I'm once again missing the reference. I'm so sorry, EJ.
No, you don't want to know that one.
Okay. It's I always love that they have these drones ready for inspections. Also that drone is not tiny. I love how it looks like these like hand-sized drones that you're like flying around if you're like having a good time. That's not a small drone.
So I finally remembered what it's the name for what they're doing is called PID, or proportional integral derivative control.
Yep.
Otherwise, meaning they are trying to gain an accurate and response control on this, or otherwise known as PID. That's kind of what they're trying to do right now. Just like lay it out on a grid and try to understand exactly when they have to stop this stick and other stuff like that. And then this is a very, very rough number from Ryan Hansen. Assuming a wall thickness of like 0.015 meters, 95 tons for one of the sticks.
Yeah, that's
Wow.
not a
Very, very, very rough. Very rough. It does seem like a lot though, but like take that with a grain of salt, obviously.
No, that reads that. I mean, that thing is beefy.
That's I love all of this. It's such a get ready for the wacky test, which I don't know. It's funny, and it seems like they have, in comparison to the first two attempts, so far have not opened the sticks again, which is interesting because the last time we have seen them open the sticks quite fast here, and yeah, it's certainly interesting. Sorry, this question here just catches my eye, and attached to a super chat from Bart Parsons. Bart Parsons, I'm sorry. Apparently the first ever super chat of that person, with 33 or like 50, I think, Australian dollars. Is that F1 style flow vis paint being used for aero analytics? And as an F1 fan, I love this question because I don't have any idea if the flow vis paint of F1 is ever used in rocketry. Like, I don't recall it, but I would imagine for like some flaps and like some analysis, it totally makes sense to use this. So for a quick explanation, flow-vis paint is used, for example, in Formula One testing, where they basically put some like this flow-vis paint in a certain area and then drive around the track, and the way the paint is then distributed tells you a lot about the aerodynamics of an object, which is used in Formula One a lot. And I could see that used in rocketry. EJ, I know you also love Formula One. Do you recall anywhere that being used in rocketry?
Roger, we are checking. No, sorry. You'd most likely see some type of flow viz in wind tunnel testing. But see, here's the thing. I don't recall flow visualization stuff ever being used in wind tunnels. But then again, I don't go around wind tunnels all the time. There are people out there that are way more qualified to answer this question than me. But I mean, I think, Adrian, it's important to understand like that with Formula One, it's applicative. So meaning that they can only do so much wind tunnel testing with cars, right? You can only do so much. So what that flow visualization is for is really getting additional information on aerodynamics on the car when you're doing testing, because all testing in Formula One is also limited to a certain amount of time, right? They usually, do they still test at Jerez? I forget. It doesn't matter. So like with wind tunnel testing, you're not likely to see flow viz, right? Like I don't recall that. I don't think you see it because they don't need to do it, because they could just stay in the wind tunnel as long as they want, right?
Yeah,
I don't.
Maybe it's like
Yeah.
not good enough for rocketry, because it's like you can still use more. There's no FEA that relimits your wind tunnel time, so
They
that's
test them
totally a
already.
relevant point. And
Yep.
before we move on here, I want to quickly thank again Bart Parsons for basically deciding the first ever super chat they do is for us, and that's a huge amount of money. So thank you so much for that,
Thanks,
and I
buddy.
hope you enjoy it here. Let's watch some replays. Let's watch if it. Because this is the third attempt. I
Oh, is that
don't
sound?
think.
Dude.
You can
can hear
hear
something.
like the entire carriage and chopsticks. If that's just wind. I don't know. That sounded more than just wind to me, but maybe that's just me.
Maybe we can play it again.
Here, I'll talk after the replay.
Oh, it certainly hit again.
Oh yeah, you
Like-
can. That's absolutely. That's
Yeah, I thought maybe they like went a little bit less this time, but no, they certainly hit it again.
You can hear like some kind of rolling sound. I don't know if you can hear it, because there's obviously some wind in the background, but you can also hear like a rolling sound, like something rolling. See, hear that? Where it's like you hear the wind and then that rolling sound as the arm moves.
Yeah, but apparently the whack is pretty dampered because you cannot hear like the whack on the booster.
Also,
Probably because of the dampers.
yeah, I agree. Also, real quick, Chad helped me out with that. They do use FlowViz in the wind tunnel. Like I said, there are people that are more qualified than me. They do use FlowViz. You can actually see it in one of Joe Barnard's recent videos where him and Scott got to go to Ames and they looked at the wind tunnels there. They definitely do use it in there as well.
Thanks for the help out,
dudes. Yep.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, guys. Now I learned something today. Thank you, Chad.
So the interesting thing here really for me is that they have not opened the chopsticks again. Like they went really fast with that the previous attempt. Can we like is there I wonder if they maybe inspect this before opening it? We'll see. But certainly interesting. Can we quickly check in with the roadblock, if that's possible? I want to see what's the activity over there. Still 2 cars. doesn't seem like they're done.
I see
So
trucks.
yeah.
I thumbs up. Yeah, I'm a simple man, and I see a lot of trucks right now.
So yeah, I see some questions about did we get audio of the sound like of the attempts. Apparently the audio does not, like, we cannot hear them hitting the booster. But
Actually,
go ahead.
someone in chat is saying that there's some hydraulic fluids popping out at the end of the replay. Wesley, do you think so, buddy? Here, Carson, can we check that again, please? If
the
now
thing we
I wanna
thought
look.
might be dust.
It could be,
Yeah,
but if it was hydraulic fluid, I would think that it would be a broken line, and it starts spraying. But maybe that's just me.
Watch in the bottom right end of the chopsticks, basically.
yep.
I don't
I didn't see much.
see it.
Wesley, I didn't see anything, buddy.
Was it in the one before that? I think it was the other
Maybe
one.
Maybe
it
I'm
was
blind.
the replay, the 2 replays ago.
It is something, but it could also be dust.
Hydraulic
Like
fluid wouldn't. So like I know a little bit about this. Hydraulic fluid wouldn't kind of scatter like dust would. You'd see it as a constant stream. That stuff is designed to be. It gets really really hot, so you wouldn't just kind of like atomize out like dust would. It would just be. It would look like someone had a hose there, and it would just leak out.
Yeah, it's interesting. Again, so far the chopsticks have not moved again since the last test. We are still waiting for that. But you can certainly see that, by the way, again, that they hit that booster. Like you can see the top, it's wobbling because they have hit it.
Yeah.
At least something comes into contact with it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's bumpers against the tank, so it's not that loud, relatively speaking. But
Yep. Interesting. Totally interesting test here. I love that they gave us multiple attempts so we can compare them. And again, that's probably what they want to find out right now. They want to find out the exact like the point where they don't hit it, but they can move the sticks. That's probably their goal here, I would assume. But
Carson, let's hold up. Listen. Dude.
I didn't. Did you hear something?
I didn't, dude. I heard the thing moving.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Man,
you can hear it.
sounds like a
I don't
freight
think it
train.
will be easy to list to like hear the contact part because it's not metal against metal, right? So it's just the dumper there, the bumper that they put there, which probably damps also the audio as well.
Yeah, interesting. And these dampers are basically like a bit harder pillows, right? They're like some sort of, I don't know how to
Now,
explain. Like
what do you mean?
rubber?
You're talking about the pads on there?
Yeah, they're like rubber pads, right?
Yeah. I'm not sure. That's why I asked.
I think it's rubber foam, if I remember. It's been
Yeah.
I don't know exactly what material they are. I know that I think there's some form of rubber. The thing is, they have to be able to take some of the engine exhaust. So because that plume expands out even a little bit, and we've seen how charred those arms can get during a launch. So.
Mhm. I mean, those
Interesting.
pads no doubt will be used as a damper, but that's clearly, I don't think that's the only damper that they have in the system. They must have some really, really, really like how's the right way to say it? Some crazy hydraulic distribution manifolds to dampen the force there, or dampen the movement. That's because that, like I said, man, that thing has so much momentum. Can fit all the momentums in these chopstick arms.
All the momentums.
The drone is up again, and they're inspecting
Yep.
the booster. It seems like.
Mhm. And yeah, somebody else in chat, Steve Campbell. Yeah, you pointed out that the other arm is moving. I think that's just from the carriage dampening out the moment from the other arm. Like that thing has got so much force that it's going to jerk the carriage around a little bit.
Yeah, it makes sense that the other stick is moving. I saw some people being like, "Oh, maybe the stop of the chopsticks also vibrates the booster, like them hitting a stop." But that doesn't make sense because the tower and the pad are independent systems. They're like they shouldn't connect. If there's movement in both, they have to connect.
Mhm. I think that is just absorption from the momentum of moving one arm at a time. Like some of that moment is going to get some of the momentum, the moment of inertia from that chopstick rotating, it's going to get dampened out, but some of it might transfer through kinetic energy through the carriage to the other arm.
Yeah. And yes, I'm calling it a booster. It's called B14.1. The B stands for booster.
Can we call it Slappy? I just want to call it Slappy.
It's
We can
getting
go-
closer and closer where we will just call it Slappy.
Yeah.
Slappy.
So that was way faster, but now it seems like they're going way slower. I'm waiting for this chopstick. Oh, is it moving? I think
As
it right
soon as you
chopstick's
said it,
open.
I think
Yeah,
it's
like that
slightly
was
open.
proper
Corbin, you move.
commentator jinx. So let's see if they open it fully.
Chat's asking, wouldn't the weight of the booster on the arm stop that movement? Yeah, absolutely. If the pins catch on the arm, yeah, of course. But JS, you got to remember, like they're just doing one test here. If I'm understanding dynamics correctly, you know, if one arm moves in, the other one moves in, they should cancel out the moment with moving both sticks at once. Been a while since I've gone and read about dynamics, but
So the right chopstick opened a bit again, and now it's
Yeah.
stopped again?
mhm.
Yeah, I'm thinking, considering what they're doing here, I'm thinking they're only going to be using the right stick. Because it's the one with the bumpers on it, and it's the one that they have the landing rail deployed. I don't think the other side's going to be used at all. I think that's
No.
I think all they're doing today is slapping a booster by trying to figure out where to stop the chopstick. I think that's literally all
The
they're going to do
chopsticks
today.
are moving. Are they moving up? No, wait.
They
They
look
move
Oh
like
up.
yeah,
moving
they moved up. Yeah, they moved up. Yeah, the carriage system moved up.
A little bit, yeah.
At least by a ring. if
So
I'm
that's
looking
Yeah.
new.
correctly here.
It's new.
I wonder if now they're going to be trying to align the landing rail or something. I don't know.
The right one is moving again.
Now, when you guys say, just for context here for people watching the stream, when you guys say the right stick, that's what we're looking at from our perspective.
Yes,
not,
sorry.
Yeah.
Not stage right.
The
Yeah.
the actual
Yeah.
left stick, which is the right stick right now.
We could
For our
probably
view.
use a general way of saying this, which is the north chopstick is the one on the right hand side here on our view, and the
Yep.
south chopstick is on the left, and that is irrelevant of which camera we're using
Yep.
today.
Or
Yeah,
you
yeah.
call it port and starboard, port being the one on the right you can see now, and starboard
That's
being
more
the other one.
complicated.
The reason why I say that is because when it hugs the ship, it hugs the port and starboard side. So
Yeah, but
Or you
then
could call it by
you're
so far.
referring
You
to
can
them.
also go ahead.
I was gonna say you're referring to them by the vehicle coordinates, but the tower also has its own coordinates, which are 180 degrees flipped,
Yeah.
because they are
I
it's the
think
other
let's
side.
just use Well, I think using screen right instead of stage right is probably better.
We
Das.
could call it the active and the passive stick so far.
I
True.
actually prefer left shark and right shark. Thank you.
I prefer north and south.
Das with the road word and flat word. Okay.
I like that. I like that. That's good, man.
That's good.
I like that. That's so the right one would be the road word and the left one the flat word, right?
Yeah.
From our perspective right now, I should clarify.
See, the funny thing is that won't work for Tower 2, because Tower 2, both sticks will be flat word.
Well, both sticks. One will be east. One will be west. On that one.
Carson
So
is
see,
suggesting
then
action
we should
stick and
use
lame stick.
coordinates then.
But
The
yeah,
slap
like the
stick and
like
the still stick.
yeah.
So the question is, will they do the
word.
same verification testing all the way once again with the flat word stick?
Maybe?
I
don't know.
would assume maybe possibly unless there is a passive and active stick. See the thing is we don't really know. I mean we can guess, we can model, we can do all sorts of things, but until SpaceX actually goes to catch one, we don't really know how it will look until it happens. So I can't wait to see if like one stays relatively still and another one moves a lot. It's one of those, yeah. So I don't know.
That drone is there forever, by the way.
Wonder how much battery it's got left in it.
Also, kind of good at stabilization apparently, because when I try to fly my drone, it's going all over and never stabilized. But that thing is rock solid in the air. Sorry, that was
Probably
just
have a
me
little
venting
more
about personal
experience.
problems.
Call me
I was
crazy,
gonna
but
make the joke
maybe
and then you
have a
made
lot
it to
more.
yourself. I was gonna make the joke and I'm like, well, Adrian, they're probably professional drone operators.
What do you mean I'm not a professional drone operator? Do
See,
you
I was
think?
gonna
Yeah, I'm
dig
not.
and then you digged yourself, so I said it anyways.
Damn.
But yeah, the question is, do we move into a different part of this stick test here because they now raised it? Will they slap on a different altitude? I don't know. This is so weird to talk about.
I think they'll probably try contacting it on the forward skirt on super heavy, so that the stringered part where the grid fins are. I mean, if you think about this kind of logically, right? They started with the tank wall. Tank wall is the most surface area on the booster, so you're most likely going to hit that. So what would you test now? You're obviously not going to test the aft skirt and the thrust structure of the booster. If the chopsticks hit that, you got a big problem. Like I don't think it's likely that. I'm pretty sure SpaceX has dialed in their control mechanisms to be pretty dang sure that they're not going to hit that. Considering in their animations the chopsticks close after the thrust structure is below the chopsticks, right? So logically, using some logic extrapolation here, I think the next thing they would do is try to slap the forward skirt of the booster.
But that would mean they need to raise them a bit more because right now they probably wouldn't hit it.
Well, it looks like the pads are lined up right at the spot where the tank wall connects to the forward skirt.
That could be, yeah.
That would probably be a good place. It's gonna slap its bottom. No, Disney, you're confused. No. You don't want to slap the bottom. That would be bad. SpaceX doesn't want to do that. That would be
very
bad.
bad.
That's where the fire comes out. You don't want to slap the bottom. You understand?
Also, there are no lifting points on the bottom. You can't really catch the vehicle if you do that.
There we can see it, by the way. You're totally right. It's aligned. Like the trail is aligned with the weld line.
Well, there's that rail is aligned with the stringers, and the weld line for the forward section to the quad is below that. So, yeah.
Yep.
You can see the stringer line. You can see because you can see where the quad is and where the common and the forward is, because the common and forward are not new. That forward section was first spotted outside in July of last year. That's how old that piece is. So you can see what weathering does to the stainless steel. You can see which one's newer and which ones aren't. It's kind
There's
of obvious.
some activity on the roadblock here, where they move still cars past. Again, they can work on this other pad. But the sheriff is still blocking non-SpaceX personnel, basically, from the
Looks like
pad.
the sticks adjusted a little bit more again. Like right in the last minute or so. They went up just a little bit more.
Cody asked
Yeah,
why
and the
they're
right
testing one.
and the right
Go
moved
ahead.
in slightly.
Yeah, Cody's asking why they tested one and not the other. Ryan, I think you said they don't have the pads on the other stick.
Yeah, my guess is they're not testing because they don't have the pads on, and there's always been the speculation of that one's not upgraded yet. However, the actuator looks like it has the same inlets as the new one that was installed on the right side as we're looking at it. It's the one they've been moving. And the other part of that is it wouldn't just be the actuator alone that would allow them to move it this fast. My guess is for a while they just didn't run the hydraulic system of the chopsticks at a high capacity or high rate, and now they are high flow rate.
Mm-hmm.
So they up the flow rate from what they can, and then they upgraded the actuator to have more flow rate as well, which allowed them to move it faster. Now, can the other stick do that? I think so. We haven't seen it do it, but I think it can. I don't know why they aren't testing it, is the thing.
The other thing to take into account here is that the hydraulic actuator is a linear movement, right? The actuator that they're using just goes forward and back. That's it. I mean, it's converting linear movement into angular movement, right? So, yeah. I mean, presumably, if they're going to upgrade the other arm, right? They're just going to take the same exact thing, put it over there, and maybe flip it upside down, right? Like well, actually, you don't even need to flip it upside down. You just put another one over there, right? So presumably the same control mechanisms that they're dialing in with the screen right chopsticks could be used on the screen left. There's no reason that they wouldn't work over there because after all, it's just a linear movement.
Yeah, they wouldn't necessarily need to test them both. They could, in theory, just test one and use the same software that they come up with, the same code on the other one, and it's fine. In theory.
At this point, my biggest question is, how much battery does that drone have left? It cannot be that much anymore.
Well, I mean, if it's just sitting there hovering, you're not overpowering the motors. It doesn't take a lot for that thing to just sit there and hover, right? Because drones have insanely high power to weight, or thrust to weight. It's not a car. It has insanely high thrust to weight. So you can flow a lot of electricity through those motors. For it to just sit there is not using that much power, from what I understand.
Interesting. Yeah, makes sense. Kind of like a if you're holding altitude or if you want to gain altitude kind of thing. Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because drones don't have swash plates or anything, guys. They're relying on differential RPM between the 4 propellers on there to get movement. They use differential angular precession to move the drone around.
What a cool concept, by the way.
Oh, it's smart. Really, really smart. I mean, I still think a swash plate is really, really cool, but the drone is a much more simplified system. It just actually, I don't know, Chad, what do you think? Do you think a helicopter has a more hardcore controls system implemented than a drone? I mean, a drone is more of a computer controls mechanism. Helicopters are, I mean, not modern helicopters. They're more mechanical.
I don't know. I just like the fact what SpaceX has come up with to observe different tests from a distance here, because of course we see them using drones. We also saw them using the Boston Dynamics dog. Like, yes. I like the way how they observe tests.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a good way to do it.
Yeah, it's just a very flexible way to make sure you always have like these movable cameras around that you can just inspect stuff with without having some people out there. And again, the road is closed for this test, and they also don't want to have non-SpaceX personnel right now at the pad. So it seems there's some sort of thing where they want to make sure that nobody's near this pad. I still have some wonders what exactly, because this test doesn't seem that much dangerous, but maybe they fear they break it and there's like a shrapnel of stainless steel flying around or something.
I mean, we theorize that tank is pressurized. If the thing hits it too hard, you're going to get a catastrophic depress. I mean, Adrian, we cast our mind back to the early Starship tests when they were testing tank pressurization. You know, an overpressure event is likely if they hit that thing too hard.
That's true. Yeah, it's like I forgot. Yeah, it's quite pressurized probably. So, if you hit it too hard, you basically have it. I mean, it's probably strapped down somewhere in the OLM, but if it liberates from the OLM, you're have like a 10-meter chunk of the steel tank flying around.
I think that's just let's not have anybody near this when we go to hit it with a 90-ton object.
It's like a heavy object hitting another heavy object. It's
we don't want that.
Do you think it's fun for the chopstick operator right now, being like, gonna hit it again?
If I was testing, I'd be enjoying every second of this. Absolutely.
Yeah, gonna hit it again. Yay!
Hit him again. Hit him again, champ.
I would have fun doing this.
Yeah.
Let's thank some more support and then also answer some more questions here. Starting with Coco Cats gifting a Red Team membership. Thank you so much. Robert Kenny with the $20 super chat. Thank you so much for that generous support. Also asking when Slappy. Apparently right now. Joseph Tartarm with a super chat saying long live 26. No. Robert Kenny with a $10 super chat saying 26 is a lunar lander prototype. Just a bare shell with engines. It's all you need. No. It's not. I really think it's just a manufacturing and checkout prototype for like Massies and stuff. I think it maybe has reached its end of its purpose, but we'll see. Crimes Against Technology becoming a Padred member. Welcome. Rough Riders Show. Good old Rough Riders. Why are you giving us money here? With a $2 super chat saying they can't slap my Grackle army. Yeah, don't. I hope there's no Grackle here close to this test. That would be.
Stop. Drop. Super chat up. Don't stop. All right, sorry. I won't do that again.
I'm glad you're having fun.
Oh, I'm having a lot of fun. This is great. Chad, are you having fun?
I hope you're having fun. And we are in a new unknown phase here again because we don't know what will happen here.
And there goes the drone.
Bye, drone. The roundabout guy, sorry, $20 super chat. Doesn't Tower 2 have shorter chopsticks arms, or is that just an illusion from all aerial pictures we have seen? If they are shorter, then how would booster and ship testing go for those arms? Well, kind of the same, but just shorter. Like they are shorter. They are shortening the chopstick design, kind of by half. Kind of by
Give
half.
or take. Yeah.
Yeah, give or take half. But yeah, they're saving weight there. But they still have a landing platform basically, so they're just shortening the amount of surface area they have and basically help their whole weight and their whole manufacturing process. But probably functioning the same as it does right now, just with maybe a bit closer pad. But we'll see. Alikars with a $10 super chat with no comment attached. Thank you so much for that. Renee becoming a Padred member. And then we have Crafty Geek with a $5 tip using tips.nasaspaceport.com saying, did you see Everyday Astronauts Elon interview? Shorter arms for next revision.
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
I think we have all seen it. Yes, 100%.
You know what I saw, Adrian? When I watched it, I saw Starbase Live up on the television screens.
That was so cool.
Oh, that's what I saw.
Yeah.
Yeah. In the Mega Bay, right? Like I think the screen was in the Mega Bay where they have Starbase Live.
And it was actually on another screen as well, like in the background, very far away. And you could not see it directly, but I could see the red ticker, like the red ticker from our live streams. Is very noticeable. So it's like, that's probably our live stream.
Pretty awesome.
Yep, it's really cool that apparently some very smart people over there use this to catch up on a thing that is 2 miles away. which is the funniest thing. They have like something on the screen, or like, oh, what's going on the launch side, and they can just see it on the screen, which I found it very funny. Increase SFS. Throwing this to Alex here. It's a question. Now, aren't the pins on B14.1 not too small, or are they bigger on the actual booster?
They are the same size as
Yeah,
on
I
the
think those are
booster.
the same things. Guys, one of the
Yeah.
things, SpaceX is doing a test. Obviously, that booster's very short. It's small booster, right? But, SpaceX has this thing about testing as you fly. Just because it's a smaller test article, change it. If you were doing a test right now and you were using a different type of pin, well, how is that going to validate any tests that you're going to do with the actual booster if the booster pins are different, right? You want to use the same thing here during testing, relatively, right? I mean, obviously booster 14 is small boy, right? But the parts are more or less the same. I mean, the physics doesn't know the difference. Physics don't know the difference. So test with what you're going to fly with, right?
Yeah. A lot of people are always surprised about how small those are compared to the booster, but they are big. They are really big.
They're bigger
Yeah,
than you
like-
think they are.
Yeah, it's always with super heavy. If you see something like, oh, that's a small little pipe, it's not. It's not a small little pipe. Never assume it's like small and super heavy. It's just that this thing is so extremely big that everything else in context seems small. But again, you see these openings in the hot staging rings when we had like hot staging rings on the booster again. People can put like easily, like they basically can climb through these openings in the hot staging ring. That's just giving you a context. So yeah.
Yeah,
Good.
those pins, you may think that they're just attached to the ring section. They're not. There's a whole truss section that goes in through the forward dome that attaches to the forward dome of the booster, and basically just it like fully attaches to the structure itself. So like it spreads the load out. So it's not just a little like piece right there. Yeah.
And I believe we have some. Is this ready already? Can I say this, Carson, or are we waiting on this? I'm looking. Oh, there we go. There you can
Yeah.
see the pads, the
Yep, those are the
dampenings.
pads.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Beautiful picture
Be
here.
more toasty than others.
So
See
And
the ones that are new.
And chat, just pointing it out, you see which person you have to thank here and give some love for this picture, right? Just
Mhm.
making sure, chat. Just
Yeah,
making sure.
I can't read. Can you say it for me, Adrian?
Maybe some love for Mary here for that picture.
Yeah, there you go. Oh yeah. I just remembered how to read just now. Yeah, that's Boca Chica girl taking that picture.
Absolutely. And you can see like the damps there, the pads on there, and these are most likely used to like make sure it's not whacking as hard.
basically, those are what's hitting the test tank, not the metal. And to give a sense of scale, the booster studs there, those are 6.5 inches in diameter. Like, that's not small.
No,
I mean, it's half a foot in diameter. That's how big those things are.
kind of crazy. Yeah, there. Yeah, it's we are waiting here for huh? Oh, they are
Beep.
transporting away hardware. It's such an
Chad,
unusual.
I'll tell you what. Look at that nice fine front end loader on that low boy trailer. That's a fine piece of equipment right there. Sorry, what were you saying, Adrian?
No, I was just enjoying the show.
Dude, that truck has stacks on it. You see those? See those stacks coming out that red truck? Heck yeah, man.
And also the sheriff vehicle still in the middle of the road, which always feels so pointless because cars are just driving by. But he's like, I'm here. Stop.
Oh, ooh, big boy, crane.
No,
Oh,
go
that's
back.
just a
Go
Grove.
back.
No, no, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Rope crane.
Oh, that's a Grove. That's a Grove. That's a decently sized crane.
That's the vibe crane.
Yeah, that's a
That's the
vibe
one that
crane. It
wants
has
this.
so that crane they have multiple of ones, but one of them has like a slightly weirder suspension, and when it goes down Highway 4, it's like constantly wobbling. So we call it the vibe crane because it's
And it just
constantly vibing.
bounces and having
It's
fun.
vibing. It's just having a
Yeah.
good time.
Yeah.
Just like we are
Also,
right now.
the chopsticks are going down.
Oh.
Yeah, look at that.
Oh, now of it.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Hmm. That is that. Somebody gonna say is that a good or bad?
I don't.
It's a
Just an-
I don't know what's going on.
yeah, I don't know what's going on. What are they doing? That's what that is.
It is an observational.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like
Huh.
neutral in the middle.
Huh. Huh.
I just find
Was
it.
that-
I just
was that
find
a
it funny
Minecraft
that we all
villager?
did it.
What? No. What were you saying, Ryan?
I said I find it funny that we all did it too. We all just, without saying any other words. We all went.
Yeah, people are pointing out we are making the Minecraft villager sounds.
Huh.
Huh.
Huh. Huh. Sorry.
Wonderful.
Sorry. I'm fried, guys. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm also fried because it's way too warm in Germany right now.
Oh.
I bet the micro reference was by Moldy.
Is that a soundboard? That's not a soundboard. That's me. Huh. Huh. Huh.
It's not
EJ
that
is
bad
the
here in
soundboard.
Minnesota.
I have become the soundboard. They said I could be anything, so I became a soundboard.
Elvis with a $20 super chat saying, "I've gathered they have been slapping the tanks with the sticks. Do you expect this to happen in flight? And would this be why the Stingers high up on the booster sloped to the tank wall instead of a notch like all the others?"
Yeah, I would say it's a pretty good assessment why the stringers right below the lifting point taper down to the tank wall rather than have a hard stop. Yeah, for this very reason.
So they basically expect to hit it.
I mean, you have to. You basically have to hit it in order to get the landing rail under it. Like there really is no other way. To be honest. Like.
EJ, somebody was playing apparently Minecraft and wondered how their villagers got out.
Yes! That's awesome.
Wonderful. So yeah,
Dude,
kind of
Jonathan,
interesting situation here.
Jonathan says, I help, I can't get slap the booster to the tune of shock the monkey out of my head. Dude, oh man, I am so happy I'm not the only one. Don't you know you got to slap the booster? All right, cool. All right, I thought I was going nuts over here. I don't think anybody gets that. Sorry.
I mean, I think.
Nope,
I think,
totally out.
Dang
I think
it.
a lot of us are going nuts, but you know, it happens.
So the chopsticks are kind of going down to like they're not open. Are they opening right now?
No.
I start to think I'm at this point I'm fully aware that the opposite of what I say will happen.
Don't
left one
slap
just
the
moved.
booster and blow it up.
I'm pretty
What?
sure the left one just moved quite significantly. Our viewpoint left one. I love how we are just silently observing chopsticks moving. That's
It's entertaining. It's interesting. I guess, you know.
I mean, I'm late to the party. What's been happening? Oh, you wouldn't believe this. Apparently, SpaceX, and the funny thing is, nothing of I'm about to say is wrong. Apparently, SpaceX is testing the chopsticks and like calibrating them and making sure they are ready for a catch attempt in terms of calibration. And what they have been doing is they have slapped the booster 3 times so far.
Yep.
The test booster there, and that has been happening. Good summary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have a more candid way of saying this. They're testing the control mechanisms on the arm, and they actually are hitting 14.1, albeit just a little love tap with the chopstick arm. It's pretty awesome, actually. It's pretty cool to see it.
Yeah, like I love how at the beginning we were like, yeah, maybe they will by accident hit it, and then they do it three times, and they're like, nope, not
So-
by accident, total planned.
That crane ended up going to Sanchez, right? We have seen a couple of short SPMTs go to Sanchez, along with a ton of counterweights. This leads me to believe that we are going to be getting tower sections moved to launch site sooner rather than later.
Yeah, baby.
Just to say it. So,
Boring. I was hoping for a
Nice.
booster transport stand moving.
well, I haven't seen a 16 axle SPMT go down that way, so mostly short SPMTs, which they don't need the long ones for the tower sections.
Let's fight here in chat or something. Who prefers booster 12 static fire test versus some boring transport of a boring tower section? Like I want
Yes.
the booster static fire.
I mean, I want that too, Alex, but I mean, come on, it's Pad B, it's a new tower. Let's go, right?
Do you feel
They
like
can
the
do that
way Alex
anytime.
paraphrased his questions it already gave away his own opinion about it?
Booster 12. See, people are saying booster 12.
Or-
There you go. Bring the fire.
Or how about they roll both at the same time?
Poof. That's. Ugh.
Then they stack. They stack. They put booster 12 on the OLM and they stack a section. And they start installing it. They didn't do a booster static fire, while they're starting to stack, Pad B.
Right.
What about that, Alex?
Man, I would watch 2 tests at the same time, man.
Ugh.
That's great. Always wanted to do that.
I've
We'll
always
see, we'll
wanted
see.
them to roll both vehicles at the same time.
Freaking A, man.
I want to see it at some point. Like, I just don't know when that's gonna happen. I don't think it's gonna be 30 and 12, but we'll see.
Would be really cool to just see like 2 giant vehicles going down the road.
Oh yeah.
That's it's gonna be
At some point we
quite
will
fun.
see it, whether it's here or at the Cape. It's gonna happen. Like, can you imagine our Cape cams at the VAB and all of a sudden a ship and a booster roll by the VAB?
I love how
like-
you said VAB and VAB in a single sentence.
Yeah.
So
I know.
both fractions can be mad.
I did it to appease both audiences. So
We could always call it the VAB building. Can we call it that? That'd be the best.
No,
Why not?
that's actually the
Good.
worst part to say it.
the good old. Are they attaching the TPS system in there?
ATM machine.
Yep, the ATM machine.
The crane, guys. The booster boom crane is up.
Up.
It's
Yeah.
awake.
So what's their plan with this one right now?
Rise, my son. What?
They're going to lift things with it, Adrian. Pretty sure.
Oh, thank
Yeah.
you so much, EJ. I'm glad I now know. I'm glad I now know that they are lifting things with a crane.
Yeah. You're welcome.
The one thing we need to wait on is the tower module load spreader. That still needs to show up. So, and then they can start stacking. So yeah, we gotta wait for that thing to roll down Highway 4.
I'm looking forward, but yeah, quite interesting. But the only thing that is no longer moving around apparently is the chopstick. We're just staying there right now.
The drone's surveying
Drone's
something.
back.
I don't know if it's perspective, but it looks like they're looking at something on screen left chopstick.
Yep.
That chopstick's not even close to the tank either. It looks like it is from this perspective, but if Carson, if you were to go to our highway cam, you can see that that stick is not close to the it's not close to the test tank at all. So yeah.
Yeah, it's it could always be something they're observing. It could always be routine inspection, as routine as could be with a test they do for the first time. But hey, we don't know if something is off right now or if this is expected. This could all be very much expected. The only thing that is interesting and probably indicates they are planning on do some more whacking is the fact that the road is still closed. Because if they do not intend that, there's no reason why they would keep the road closed. And with road closed, I mean closed for people that are not working for SpaceX. Just to point that out again. So, where are we here? The drone is up. Was that just a battery hot swap? Because it's kind of like on the same position again.
I think that was just a battery hot swap.
Why are you guys calling it a battery hot swap?
Because that's the name Rocket Lab has for the battery grid.
All right,
Yeah,
all right,
exactly.
just making sure.
I don't
I'm
know
okay with it.
what's a hot swap for a drone.
No, it's just
It's-
a battery swap. It's not actually a hot
Like,
swap,
changing
but
batteries when it's on.
but
dude.
Adrian said it, so I continued with it, and we just kind of went with it.
Okay, just
I
making
mean-
sure.
I couldn't resist. Like, everything is a battery hot swap from now after Rocket Lab, you know? Let's see here if we have some more questions. Again, if you have questions about today's task, which we probably cannot answer, but we will try our best to speculate about it, make sure to tag out NASA Spaceflight in chat, my god, so we can see these questions in our handy submitted question tools. And I will pick one of that right now. Let's see.
No.
A lot of people suggesting names for this testing.
I thought it would. I thought it would
Oh,
be
no.
weird to see the launch site without the without the vertical tanks. I think it looks nice.
Yeah, I agree.
There's two
Could they have
maps.
sensors on the backside of the padding to tell the chopstick when to stop? Like, kind of like a car alarm. That's an interesting question.
A touch sensor? I mean,
Yeah, like a
Yeah,
touch
In
sensor.
theory, I don't know if there is.
so my question would be like, yeah, you can do a touch sensor, but what kind of logic is going to denote whether the chopstick should close or not? Like, the booster's coming in, it's obviously moving around. What if a sensor contacts and because the booster, maybe wind blows, right? And it contacts the sensor and it tells the chopsticks to close, but the booster still has some rate on it that's going to move it in a different direction and the sensor gets untouched, right? What does it do now, right? I think sensors could be a good idea here, right? But because it's such a dynamic sequence of events, you could have contact light, right? Contact light on the booster, and then if the booster's coming in sideways or if there's wind, it could move it. It could move it away. Like, so now you'd have to introduce like multiple sensors, right? You have multiple sensors. So if like 3 out of 4 of these sensors are tripped, then you close the chopsticks fully, right? I mean
Mhm.
that could all work, but I think it would be better to have your control systems limited to just the chopstick movement, right? I mean, you could do it. There's plenty of ways to skin a cat, right? Don't
Yeah.
skin cats. That's terrible.
No, just a weird saying from EJ. That's all.
Mhm.
I actually saw a question. Why do they make the chopstick straight, not curved? Well, for one, straight it allows you more spots to land on the sticks. Because if you make them curved, you got one point and that's it. Pretty much. That's it. You got one shot. If you don't make it, you're not making it. Like that's
Yeah.
that's it.
I mean, personally, I still think the booster is going to come down with some horizontal translation. It's going to have a horizontal velocity component, meaning it's going to be moving a little bit sideways. Not exactly like New Shepard when it comes in, but something like that. That's an easier way to manage your momentum of the booster, coming in at a slight angle instead of like straight down. If you're coming in straight down, it's like balancing a pencil on your finger. But if it's coming in a little bit sideways, it's a little bit easier to manage the momentum of the booster. So, with that sideways component, right, you have a little bit more quote unquote runway here to land.
Yeah, it gives you more options. It's just a lot better that
Yep.
way.
I think it's easier for, kinetic energy management, we'll say. with the straight stick, you know, you have, like I said, you have more runway. With a curved stick, you're not going to have as much. I mean, there's another important thing to look at is that the chopsticks already have an angular component to them. They both pivot on the same axis on that carriage right there, so they are angled to an extent. But oh, truck's coming in. Cops leaving? Oh no, that's a different car.
No, that was a different car leaving. The sheriff's still there.
Yep. It's a nice dump truck coming down the road right there. Looks like a big K Whopper.
The voice is just great, EJ. It's
Oh,
fantastic.
Sorry.
Let's see what they end up
I'm
doing.
sorry.
What
The
else?
chopsticks have not moved now for 15 minutes.
Yeah, it's been a while since they've moved.
Yeah, I know.
We're just standing by here and waiting for SpaceX to whatever to like. Apparently they are not done testing yet, but so far no movement. They are almost like the chopsticks are almost like in a resting position again. But this could also be just a test, like a quick break for the test.
Lunch break?
Yeah, I
Well,
mean the road is still closed, so obviously they still intend to do something. Go ahead, EJ.
I mean, the drone's still there. They're obviously still looking at something. So obviously they encountered something during the last test that they have to go and look over, right? Because we didn't see a rapid succession of tests, right? So right now, if I had to put my finger on it, they're probably looking at some of the data that they got from that last slap to, you know, and making sure that confirmed what they were trying to do. I think there's just, you know, this just speaks to SpaceX's rapid iteration. They don't do one test and then spend, you know, do all this building, all this repairing, do one test and then spend a crazy amount of time analyzing it. They're testing each individual component as they go.
Yep, absolutely. The question is just which is the next component that will be tested, right? Because they moved up. The curious thing is they moved up, and it seemed like we had a good idea of what would be next, and then they went down again. Like that was interesting to observe because I don't know why they first went up and then completely down again. That was interesting.
Like I said, it speaks to how quickly SpaceX does their testing. They, go do it, see what happens, right? Maybe they were getting ready to try and slap at the inner tank, not at the inner tank, at the forward skirt bulkhead, Adrian, and then they said, whoa, wait a minute, hold up. Let's go and look at something. Let's figure this out. I mean, I don't know. I'm just speculating.
I mean, we all do. Yeah.
Yeah.
We
we
essentially. Yeah,
go ahead.
It's we are just lacking the exact confirmation. The drone is just making me very curious. Like,
yeah, no, they're clearly looking at something, right? They're not just sitting there. It's like, okay, it's lunch break. I got a meatball sub. Let's go, right? They're clearly still looking at something. I mean, you got to just think about like why would they move the chopsticks up and then just be like, and then move them right back down? What does that? What is that? What purpose does that serve? My guess is that they were going to go to the next test and they said, whoa, hold up. And they saw something that they didn't like. So they set it back into the original configuration that it was when they started testing.
Oh, cars are talking. And yes, I just said cars are talking.
Yeah, no, that's fine. You said it and I understood exactly what you meant. So,
yeah.
Well, good.
I mean, it could always be very important chat about today's test where they share the timelines, or they talk about what's for lunch.
Yeah. Huh, he's going away.
He's like, nah, you can stick around. Bye.
Maybe he's asking him what he wants for lunch and he's gonna go get it.
Yeah, the cops might be doing that for sure.
Yeah. I know for long tests they pull a trailer up and deploy it where I think the cops and whatnot can sit in rather than just sitting in their car the whole time.
Oh yeah, the tent they once brought up.
Yeah, that was funny.
I mean, at this point, I would have like invested into. Oh, there's a tanker going by. Or like, not it's a tanker, right? It's a normal.
It's a dump truck.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, dump truck.
definitely a nice Kenworth dump truck there, boy. I like that.
Yes.
You know, Adrian,
We just have to keep this bit going with EJ, where anytime a dump truck goes by, just go to EJ every time. Just
Yeah,
gotta
of
keep the bit going at this point.
and Adrian, don't even sit there and pretend like you don't know all the semi trucks going down the road when you drive around. Don't lie to me. Don't lie to these people. Oh, that's a man. That's a DAF. Oh, that's a Mercedes. Oh, that's a man. That's another DAF. Oh, there's a Volvo. Yeah, no, you definitely do that. Don't lie.
I have my thing more is like, thanks to Starbase, I have a surprising amount of cranes I can identify, which is weird. It's like
My
you
guy.
sit there and be like, yeah, I know that crane. It can lift up to. Oh, it's like, why are you doing this? What?
Oh,
What's
I absolutely do that. Yeah. Oh no, I do that. Freaking. We're looking at the OLM, and I'm looking at that telescoping crane that's sitting in front of it. That telescoping roller crane. I'm like, yeah, it's a big crane. Nice.
Well,
crane.
yeah, it's what lifted the tank onto the OLM. Yeah.
Yep. See it over there? Oh, look at that thing. It's got the jibs on the top there.
Big Grover.
Yeah, that's those two ears sticking out the front. It's a jib for moving a load of further distance. It's very nice.
Yep.
Very nice.
Also, I have the other thing I have is if I see things that are A, round, and B, stainless steel, I always imagine how they are compared to a Starship in terms of diameter. That's like, I see like a silo on a farm, and I'm like, how what's the diameter of this? That's a thing. Like, we all do that, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like ever since watching Starbase, it's like anything stainless steel, any cranes, tankers, anything along those lines. I immediately just think of Starship. Like I think about that. I come across at work. Like, what was it on a trip once? I'm out on the ramp at LAX and I've got a 737 NG. It's a decently sized plane, but 2 gates down for me is an A380 on one side, and 2 gates down for me on the other side is a 777. Those things are far bigger than the 737, and it's just like, I wonder what a Starship would look like next to those. It's like, yeah.
Yep, it's totally a thing. It's 100% in my brain. So let's see. Will the boosters follow a glide slope like the shuttles did?
Not really. No, they can't glide. They don't really have a glide ratio. They can do a little bit of a lift with chines, with the chines that they have, but they're like, the glide ratio is almost non-existent.
Yeah, they have like a bit of cross-range capability with these chines, but it's basically like they will not do a full-on glide with these.
Yeah, I mean the chines are definitely awarding you a lot more cross-range capability, right? Because they are going to generate lift, and you will get naturally some body lift from a cylindric shape if you're gonna. I mean, we saw those Falcon Heavy boosters. You saw the angles that those came in the other day. Or yesterday. Those pretty awesome. Other things you got to take into account is like, dry mass versus wet mass, right? Versus the volume of the vehicle, right? If the vehicle doesn't have a lot of stuff in it, right? It's really, really light. Comparatively, those chines could potentially generate more lift. It's the ballistic coefficient. If you have a low ballistic coefficient, it'll generate a lot of lift. Those chines could generate potentially a crazy amount, a lot more than you might think.
I wonder how Super Heavy would look with Saturn V like fins on it.
I'd be here for it. Yep.
I don't like the whole movement that SpaceX is moving Starship into, because it's obviously moving into the direction it has to, because that's the design things that will work. But so far, I feel like every time they are like have to change something because of designs, it turns out to make the vehicle more ugly. That's just my personal opinion, but I don't like the aesthetic way Starship is going.
Moving
Although
the flaps leeward and then doing only 3 grid fins, I'm sorry, that's gonna look bad.
I think the stretched version 3 is the worst so
Oh
far.
god. Like at that point, just make it ITS. Just make it 12. Although the problem is SpaceX is married to 9 meters. All their work stands are 9 meters. All their tooling is 9 meters. The OLM's 9 meters. Everything is set to 9 meters. So if they wanted to go wider, like they would have to change literally everything.
One of the easiest upgrades that you can make in any rocket architecture is expanding the length of your first and second stage. We saw it with Falcon 9, so Falcon 9 1.0 versus 1.1. We've seen it with versions of Firefly, if I'm remembering right. Their rockets are a little bit longer. We saw it with Rocket Lab. Rocket Lab made their Electron a little bit taller. That's one of the easiest upgrades that you can do to your rocket. It doesn't change the aerodynamics too much, and Ryan, as you said, it works with all your pre-existing tooling.
Yeah, just gotta add some more barrels or rings
Yeah.
depending on how it is built. Like for Falcon 9, for example, it is not rings, but it is built by barrel sections, and then these barrel sections you can add just another one, and you get a stretch on your tank. So it's not
Mhm.
really that hard to produce a longer tank in that sense. It's just it's way more complicated to just build a wider rocket.
Where
Yep.
has the drone gone?
Yeah, the drone is gone.
The battery hot swap.
Yeah, the battery hot swap.
Sorry.
Again?
I'm glad I can entertain you, EJ.
No, it's awesome, man. I love it. We're all nerds here. It's all good.
I don't know if this has been discussed or talked about, but why not do a booster hopper type capture test prior to actually attempting an actual launch capture? We have talked about this a bit before, but I think the TLDR is, well, how much do you learn and reduce risk even versus an actual booster, and what can you actually simulate versus an actual booster attempt? Like, the best way to simulate a catch is do a catch.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you gotta think about it. It's not like SpaceX has anything like Grasshopper or Falcon 9 Dev 1 or Dev 2, right? It's not like they have anything like that. And even if they did, now you got to take a super heavy, and now you got to make a different type of pad for it that accommodates the landing legs as opposed to the OLM, right? The OLM can't. There's no room for landing legs down there. There's 20 umbilicals going around the outside of the vehicle, so you'd have to make some type of new ground service infrastructure, which, I mean, I'm pretty sure SpaceX has all the advanced GSE, architecture innovations that you want on the screen here. Why would you want to make more? Basically, the easiest way to get a super heavy up in the air to test a catch is to launch it from the OLM. If you're going to launch it from the OLM, you might as well put a Starship up on the top. What's the difference? The risk is the same, right? So
Yeah.
at least you get a Starship mission out of this, right? At the very least, right? A catch attempt warrants the same exact amount of risk as a launch.
Yep, basically that summarizes it. It's there's just not that much gain value from, like, there's no risk buying down there.
Like, I mean, if you go back to Booster 7 and Booster 9, in theory, SpaceX didn't even need to put a ship on it. Ship 24 and Ship 25 didn't even need to fly. You could have put a nose cone on it, and you might have been able to come up with the same results, because they were glorified nose cones because they were basically just trying to get the booster right first. Luckily,
Yeah.
I mean, second try, Ship 25 nearly made it. And that was kind of a flip of the coin on whether or not that one would make it. And they got a lot of data out of it, which helped 28 get as far as it did. So, I mean, it's one of those things of, why not just launch the whole thing? Just do it.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the other thing is that, once again, chat grilled me the last time I said this like an hour ago, but NASA's Starship's only paying customer right now. Starlink missions are there. There's no doubt that Starship will be doing Starlink missions with the V2 satellites, right? But right now, the getting HLS up there in 2026 or 2025. I forget, they moved it again. Getting that up there is tantamount, and you can't do that without super heavy. you could. I still think that SpaceX could do all the HLS missions, expending starships and doing test landings, right? Like out in the ocean, they could absolutely do that. But you really can't get away with booting 33 Raptors every single time you need to launch, especially when your vehicle is designed to launch every hour, right? That we know from Tim's video that's the stakeholder expectation here. The vehicle was designed around constraints to be able to be turned around in an hour, as opposed to a couple of days like Falcon 9. It's, you have to, long story short, you got to get super heavy. You got to get those catch attempts. You got to get them done. You don't have time to do a superfluous test. You have to get the system fully working all the way up, to most engine cutoff, and then back down and back onto the pad. That is your quote unquote long lead item here for your systems engineering development. That's the thing you absolutely have to do. You can't afford to not do that. And I think if you one more thing, dude. If you cast your mind back, Elon said a little while ago that SpaceX could have a huge problem if they can't produce enough Raptors. And I guarantee you that's taking into account reusing these boosters. So Raptors are at a bottleneck. I mean, propulsion is always your long lead bottleneck in any rocket design, but it's especially a thing with Starship being able to mass produce these things, or else, can you imagine if they have like 4, super heavy boosters? I mean, how much that's... okay, let's say 3 super heavy boosters. That's 99 engines. You're going to throw away 99 engines in 3 days? No way. They have to get that catch figured out sooner rather than later.
The other long lead is getting the ship caught too. Because what's the point of just chucking tankers away one after another? You need to reuse them.
Yep.
It's as much as Elon talked about, they want to build 1,000 ships in a year, which, holy cow, I don't even know the infrastructure required to do such a thing. Would need. The quickest they've been able to stack a ship is a month right now, so we'll see how quickly they can speed that up. But yeah, they need to recover both ship and booster and reuse them both as quickly as possible. Otherwise, this system doesn't work. I mean, it'll work as an expendable system, but in the long run, you just can't. Yeah, you need to recover both.
Absolutely. Let me thank some more people here, because I'm badly behind here in thanking people. ADC TV UK with a £5 super chat saying, "You mentioned the tank moving. It's anchored down to the old arm with straps at the base." Yeah, I think it's fixed somehow with the pad at the bottom, right?
It's using the OLM clamps. That's all it's using. What would hold the booster? What would hold a full stack, a fully filled stack, is what's holding the test tank right now. Just the clamps.
There you go. So it's moving, but it's still fixed in place here. So it's not like completely swinging around. The roundabout guy. So when we will see SpaceX do a catch with Falcon Heavy? And sadly, never. SpaceX does not plan to. I don't think there will be any more modifications to Falcon 9 reusability in any way, shape, or form. That design is kind of frozen.
Just catch the center core, right? Catch the center core on a drone ship, right, Alex? They can do that, right?
That's easy. Floor perspective here with the $2 Canadian super chat. What is all the stuff under the OLM? There's like, I think we can go to a view of the OLM, but there's like a crane down there parked. There's different kind of hardware just placed on there. There we go. Yeah, there's. I think is that like a almost like an SPMT to the left? Looks like a platform. Like there's well, what's to the left of the OLM right now with the things on top?
It just looks like some scaffolding, and then you see the FTS bunker there. There are a couple of trailers, welding trailers in and around there. And then you have, of course, the Grover crane, from what I can tell. I think...
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, you got welding trailers right there. And you can see lines that are going up to the OLM. Yeah, they've been doing some welding in and around the OLM, so...
Yeah, and on the
Yes.
left there's on the left, of course, there's the FTS bunker, which stores FTS. Hence the name. It's a very creative name.
Yeah.
Uh, W. Scott Howard with a super chat saying, one arm grip, one arm stationary, reduces movement. Yes, could be. There's a potential that one arm loses is a bit less moving. We'll see. Ironclad with gifting 10 red team memberships. Thank you so much. Xreon with a super chat saying, we need more Harry Hill trying to sell us butane. Once again, a reference I don't get.
Well, I sell propane and propane accessories, boy. If you look at the screen, it's actually methane and methane accessories. But hey, you know, that works too.
I feel like EJ is like counteracting my complete ignorance in terms of pop culture references. So it's like,
You've never
Gone-
heard of King of the Hill, ever?
King
No.
of the Hill.
never heard of it.
Man, he would go nuts for butane powered cars.
Yep.
Nope.
Yep.
Anyway, Detroit Mission Control with a $4.90 super chat. Oh god, that's a tongue twister. I'm not sure if I'm able to pronounce this. This is like the worst for me. I will copy this in the control center so you can give it a try.
How many squalls could squealing squirrels squeeze out if a squealing squirrel could squeeze out? Okay.
Yeah, right?
But why?
How many squalls could?
No, Adrian.
No. How many?
No, you have
will.
to do it. You have to do it. Chris said it. Chris is in charge.
Cool.
You have to do it.
How many squalls could squealing squirrels squeeze out if a squealing squirrel could squeeze out squalls? I guess that counts.
It counts.
Cool, thank you. Nico's like with a super chat saying, on the end of catch notes, on the end of the catch notches, what is that? I'm now thinking what you mean with the catch notches.
Catch? Do you mean the pins on the booster pins? Is that what you mean?
They're like angled down a bit, like
Yeah.
there's nothing on the end of it. They're just angled down a bit, if that makes sense. Like they have like a 90-degree turn in there.
Yeah, basically it's like a bar that goes up and attaches to the forward dome. And then what happens is there's a little circular piece. That's about half a foot. That's I think it's just welded up to onto that little piece up there. Yeah. That's if that's what you mean, the little circular piece.
Yeah, there you can see one of the landing pins on the side right. Scraft dog with a $2 super chat. I'm not surprised, SpaceX. Nope, I'm not reading that. Matt's Gosselar with 10 red team memberships gifted. Thank you so much. And can you stop making me say stupid things with super chats? That would be very appreciated.
Stop. Don't stop. Keep doing it.
How many
Doing it.
squealing squalls could squawking squirrels squeeze out if a squeaking squirrel could squeeze out a squealing squalls? It's a longer version of the first one. Thank you so much, Detroit Mission Control. Yeah, that's where we are right now. Apparently, we are at make Adrian say stupid things.
That's where we're at.
Thank you. Will the booster be caught directly above the OLM or so off the side, and how far up the tower? Will Deluge be used for the catch? Oh, that's a lot to unpack, actually.
So, my assumption is it's off to the side. That's number one. Number two, it's probably going to be about halfway or more up the tower. You're probably talking I would say just around or above where the QD arm is. Probably around where the QD arm is where they'll catch it. And will the deluge be fired? Well, an interesting thing to that is anything that was during the last flight, they fired the deluge again after it flew right around the time maybe kind of where the booster would have came back. and it wasn't at full power. So what they might plan on doing is when they do catch it off to the side and the Raptors are hitting the concrete, they basically fire the deluge to just cover the concrete with water as a half kind of sound suppression thing, or at least just to protect the concrete. And that's it. I mean, that's what I'm thinking they're going to do. At least it seems the most obvious.
Yep. Quick check-in with the roadblock here on the right side. We still see a sheriff's car parked in the middle of the road as they're just keeping the public out here from the pad. And the chopsticks have not moved now for actually a bit longer. It's been a while. So we'll see how this test here goes on, but apparently SpaceX is not done yet with whatever's happening. They just have not moved for a bit. That's the situation. We'll see. The drone is also quite long gone for just a quick battery hot swap. So yeah, how many slaps do we have so far? 3. It was 3. Let's see what we have here in terms of questions. I've not seen any movement now for a bit.
No, but it's I think it was when did they last move? Let me look.
Oh, that's an interesting one. Will Tower 2 have an upside-down shower head system or more of a flame trench style system?
Well, if Elon is to be believed, some kind of flame trench system. I don't think it'll be a dug-in one. I think it'll be above ground one, more like a flame deflector, basically like LC-39. I don't think it's gonna be that beefy, like that much concrete, but I think it'll be like an above ground flame trench, kind of like LC-39, if that's what they're going for. But we'll see.
Yep, certainly. Chopstick still resting. The left one is a bit farther away. Is that an optical illusion, or is the left one further away from the boost than the right one?
Left one is further away. If you go to that view right there.
Yeah, it's like completely out almost, right?
Yeah, that's basically fully out, or almost fully out, I should say.
Interesting. But again, so far that chopstick has not really been part of this test in any shape or form whatsoever. So, yeah. The crane also, as EJ mentioned, will be used in the future for lifting there. It's completely fully up again. We can also see some like excavators moving out there. Like they're full on, and while this is going, they are building on the second pad there. Like they're not stopping.
Yeah, you see scaffolding going up around it. The main columns have been poured with concrete. The next step is to weld all the walls together, and then they have to fill those with concrete at some point. But they should be able to put a section or two, or even more, on the base as it is now, before they fill the rest with concrete. So, yeah, they should. I mean, I was considering when they poured that, I was expecting they may even start stacking the end of this week or early next week at this rate. So, yeah.
I'm gonna look forward to see this tower going up. That's gonna look so cool. Oh, this is a question for EJ. We talked about this before, but I know this is right up your happiness here. Let's say booster makes a controlled landing, but one lifting point misses the arm. Will it pivot and then rest on the other chop? Would that rip off chops, or would the booster hang on?
I think that the grid fins would hold it up, but they would hold it up once. Having a booster come back down relatively intact with a bent grid fin is better than having no booster come back in a bunch of stainless steel scattered all over the Rio Grande Valley. That's why I think SpaceX is willing to do this. There is risk mitigation with the possibility that the grid fins could hold it up. Once again, I'm not saying they're going to catch every single one of these on a grid fin. Once again, you could. My analogy for this is like you could pick up an airplane by its wingtips once, You could do it once, and then that airframe
True.
would be a big write-off. Ryan, you know that, right? Like, you could do it
Yeah.
once, then you probably shouldn't do it again. You probably shouldn't fly the airplane again, but you could do it.
Those things can bend a surprising amount, to be honest. I don't know.
154?
Speaking of that, I don't know if anyone's seen the video. I think it was a 787 wing. Boeing bent it about 70 degrees before it broke.
154. 154.
Yeah.
It's a great video. It's my favorite. Like, you could do it. You could pick it up once. You could do it again. But I think, once again, that's the risk mitigation, because at the end of you have to have some risk mitigation when you're going to land these things, right? Because, oh yeah, you know, they could just look to the history books where someone else has tried to catch a booster with a piece of ground service equipment, right? Like, we're in uncharted territory here, guys. SpaceX is pushing the boundary here. No one's ever tried to do this. No one's ever tried to do this ever. Like, not even close, right? And even other commercial companies that have tried to do it have had extreme difficulty, like trying to catch something. Like, we look at, you know, Rocket Lab trying to catch Electron, which I still think is a really awesome way of doing that. I don't think that they think it's a good idea, though. I think they're just going to pivot to Neutron, which is also going to be awesome. But even Neutron lands right next to the pad, at least in Rocket Lab's ideas. Like Rocket Lab's systems engineering, it lands right next to it, right? So I think at the end of the day, you know, trying to catch one of these things is just uncharted territory. You're pushing the boundaries. No one's ever tried to do stuff like this, and because of that, you know, you're just gonna have to put one up there as best, you know, try to put one up there and try to pick it out of the air as best you can. That doesn't mean you can't have some risk mitigation with that. Meaning like the grid fins could probably hold it up. You probably wouldn't want to do that, but it could.
It's one of these situations where, yes, you're not losing it because the grid fins would be able to hold up, but the underlying structure behind them is maybe not built to withstand that force. So you kind of potentially damage your whole structure, you damage the booster. You get into a situation where, yes, you're not falling, but are you still reusable? Or
Probably not.
are you done so?
Yeah, I wouldn't reuse it if, like, at least the entire. I mean, dude, catching it on the grid fins, once again, it'll work once. The grid fin will probably break. It'll probably mess up the forward skirt completely. Like that's I'd call that a write-off. Think like okay, we can point to SpaceX as another example. The CRS-16 mission, where Booster 1050 had a stuck grid fin. Right? No, they didn't catch it off the grid fins, but it landed in the water. It was relatively intact, but it messed up the interstage when it splashed down. But it was relatively intact. I mean, actually, if I'm remembering right, the cold gas thrusters found their way onto Starhopper, and you can see those thrusters in this picture that's on your screen right now, which is actually super cool.
Yeah. It's kind of funny.
But the point is that they used it once, it kind of botched the landing, and then they just, from what I understand, they parted it out. We don't really know what happened to that thing, except for the thruster blocks.
Alex might, but
Yeah, it's I mean, to be fair, also
Alex,
the
my
drop.
what? Hang on.
It's like, wait, who said
I
my
heard
name?
my name.
No, nothing. We're good. Everything's fine here now. How are you?
We awoken the Spanish person.
you know,
Yeah, the Spanish person was trying to get something to eat.
I was gonna continue that bit, EJ, from you know.
Yeah, actually, very dangerous.
Right here on the midnight shift.
Yeah, exactly. Mark Mont said it in chat. As mentioned earlier, grid fins endure more dynamic load during descent through transonic than they would during a failed catch attempt. Bingo. Exactly. There's no way the static load that's exerted from the mass of that booster is going to exceed the amount of load that's induced from pressure buildup from the dynamic pressure built up on the front of the grid fins when they're coming back down. There's no way. That's way higher. That's good. That's a good point. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it's quite interesting in terms of, I wonder, like your chances are probably better to catch it with the grid fins if it's actually landing on them than instead of braking, because then you have like momentum again going into your bad direction, right? Because you have like a 2 meter fall off the booster or so. Not 2 meters, but a bit. And that means you build up momentum, you build up with that problems for everything involved.
Yeah, see, Mark in chat, that's exactly what I'm saying, dude. The grid fin catch is a partial fallback. It's risk mitigation to try in the attempt to perfect catching it on those pins. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't think they want to catch it on the fins every time. Like I said, you could catch it on the fins once. It'll probably shred the thing, but getting a partially intact booster catch attempt, getting the data for that is invaluable, right? It's better than having a bunch of shreds down on the ground, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's like it's kind of like your insurance. Yes,
Yeah, bingo. It's
costs
just risk
something.
mitigation.
Yeah, but like, hey, you have like I'm subscribing to that idea. I think the way the grid fins will be able to hold up the booster, because again, you totally have a point with all of these aerodynamic forces that they have to withstand during re-entry. That's a lot of force.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, interesting indeed. We still have no movement from these chopsticks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're
Wish we
kinda
get
just-
something, like whether it's movement or removing the roadblock or something. Be nice.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's SpaceX. I mean, they're not going to tell us anything.
Yeah, like give us a bit here, SpaceX. Show us I don't know, something on then the roadblock is still kinda unchanged. So yeah. We shall see here. Let me get some more questions in while we do that. Starting with 2. If they catch by the grid fins, at least they recover 33 Raptors. They could lose the airframe, but system and engines is the pricey stuff.
Yep. Propulsion is
yes.
always your long lead item with any rocket project. Look at, I mean, you know, people are gonna rag on me for mentioning this in terms of cost, but look at SLS. The RS-25D or the RS-25E has always been the long lead item. Getting enough engines, right? And SpaceX is they're no exception to this rule. Once again, that's why Elon, like I think it was last year, was talking about how they need to optimize Raptor production and they need to be able to crank out more boosters to be able to deal with their stakeholder expectations. Now, just in case anybody doesn't know what stakeholder expectations are, that's basically kind of the rule set for what you want your rocket to do. Because at the end of the day, engineering, the fundamental question with anything to do with engineering is, what are you trying to do? That's one of the first things you do when you design a launch vehicle. What is it trying to do? Right? And that's, you know, on the flip side of that, that's why you have vehicles like SLS or the shuttle that are kind of in limbo. And I hate talking about them like that because I think they're both well and good vehicles, but what are you trying to do? What were you trying to do with the shuttle? What was your stakeholder expectation, right? Saturn V had a pretty clear stakeholder expectation: get people to the moon and back, right? SpaceX with Starship has very, very clear stakeholder expectations. They want to be able to build a self-sustaining colony on Mars. And in order to do that, you're going to need to figure out how to turn your rocket production line into a mass production, linear flow mass production, I think is what Elon called it in Tim's video. They need to be able to crank this stuff out quick. And just like any other rocket project, propulsion is your long lead. It's always going to take the most amount of time. It turns out rocket engines are complicated. I know.
What a surprise! Rocket engines are complicated.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, Brian. That was my stupid bit at the end. I'm sorry. I mean, dude, I'm trying not to do it.
No, I totally understand it. It's I think it's always underestimated how much cost of these vehicles lies in like the bottom section. Like
That's
the rest is
the most
just tanks.
part.
It's simplifying a bit, but the rest is just tanks. Like that's some steels. Like that, the most of the cost of the upper body is just the the work putting it together. The rocket engines, they're the pricey stuff. We see this also with ULA when they talk about smart reuse. and talking about how they want to save most of the cost with reusing the engine section. That totally, there is some truth in that totally, because the engine section for sure is one of the most expensive part of the rocket. The most expensive part of the rocket, actually. So, yeah.
And it's not limited to just rockets. It's limited to aircraft too. Like I know of right now, and like aircraft manufacturers are running into this too. Is I know the A220 is running into engine problems right now. Like the Pratt and Whitney is having issues providing enough of the PW 1500Gs, and they're grounding planes, and it's a production problem, and it's a parts problem, and it happens a lot. Like, you know, it's one of those things you have to sort out and figure out, and you know, sometimes sometimes you just can't. Sometimes you run into problems.
Yeah, it's propulsion is hard, man. It's really difficult. That's the most complicated part.
Which speaks a lot for how hard it is, because the other parts are also quite challenging. It's the challenging part in the most challenging parts.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's a reason why we always put up the rocket engineering as one of the pinnacles of how hard stuff is.
Mhm.
Although we always say it's not, we always say rocket science, but hey.
It's rocket engineering, homie.
Yep. Every time somebody says like the thing with like it's not rocket science, I'm like, well, what is it rocket engineering though? Let's see. Any updates on the Flight 5 patch? We are working on it. That's the update.
That's the update.
The update is we're working on it, and so far none of the vehicles have made any move or intention to go to the patch, so we are still quite a bit away from the Flight 5 patch. And an intact catch where the booster comes to rest on the grid fin sounds like a solid backup, but what about when they go to 3 grid fins? Well, yeah, I guess that would remove at least part of the redundancy, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that would remove the redundancy of that.
Say that one more time, dude.
If they go down to 3 grid fins instead of 4, with that kind of removes your insurance a bit, right?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. It absolutely would. I mean, Elon said in Timmy's video that they technically only need 2, but he went on. If I'm recalling right, I only watched the video once. If I'm recalling correctly, he said that that's something that they would do down the road. I think the implication there is that they'd have catching in their controls mechanisms figured out for, like, basically the ballet act of catching the booster figured out, and they could afford to simplify and add lightness, to quote Colin Chapman. Any classic F1 fans in here? Anybody?
Sorry, started watching when in the season that Rosberg won.
Oh, what? Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, jeez, that's like the worst season to watch, man.
That was my first season. I'm sorry, man.
SMH my head.
Anyway, with that, I think we are doing a bit of a rotation here, because we are getting to two actually fresh new voices here in here, where Ryan and I will step away, and we will start with Chris Bergen and Trevor joining EJ here. So thanks
the boss is
everybody.
here.
Yep, the boss is here.
Oh god,
hello,
the boss is here. Everybody act normal.
No, Daz is not here, so the boss is not here. That's how it works. Yeah, so if Carson, can you put OBS on? I'm going to show Flight 5's patch because Adrian's leaving. Adrian won't mind, will you, Adrian?
Adrian already left.
He's gone already. He's probably here in the background thinking, no, Chris, don't. Whatever you do, don't leak the patch. I have seen the patch. I don't care. I'm going to tell people it's amazing. It's something to look forward to, and it's going to be awesome. And it's I'm not going to say too much, but the chopstick testing is quite interesting, isn't it? Right now, this is we've seen some slaps. Everyone now wants slaps merch in the store. I'm not too sure what we'd do. We did a fun one once, actually, going back in times before the flights, before the hops, in fact. where we did the Texas test tank top, which was a
Oh
thing in the
no.
store. Yes, it was a thing.
No.
Jack actually bought one, has modelled one as well. I wonder if we've got the photograph anywhere, but we'll try and find it. But we sold loads. It really flew out. It was like a one-day thing. Mark Garrix did it. He put it in the store, and we're all thinking, "Oh yeah, it'd be a fun thing to put in the store as like something to show." It sold about 30 or 40. It was
Dude,
crazy.
that thing was truly hideous.
Oh, I think it's quite nice. I mean, I wouldn't be able to model it. It's not. It's someone with a physique could model it probably. Anyone else, it probably just looks wrong. So yeah. Panel. I've got the panel. It looks like I've taken over Adrian, so I'm going to take over hosting. It looks like. Let's do some thanks because I don't like leaving the support queue, as we call it, too far down the line. So I always like to thank people because again, this is basically just like quite a relaxed stream. It's basically watching the chopsticks with B14.1 getting slapped. That's basically what it is today. It really is. It really. I mean, people all join now thinking, "Yeah, Chris, stop being funny. What's actually happening?" No, that's what's happening. They're doing tests, and you can see now why they're using a test tank because of the slaps. You don't want to put booster 12 out there after a static fire test, everything goes well, and suddenly it gets slapped by the chopsticks and then gets a dent in it. That would not be clever. So this makes a lot of sense using this test tank. So thanks for people who joined us. Yes, I went down a rabbit hole there without thanking people. That's what I'm going to do. We've got PadRep members joining. I can't pronounce that name, so I'll just put it on screen. Detroit Mission Control. Thank you, Adrian, and the entire NSF team. Basically, someone has paid money to say thank you for doing a stream. That always gets me. I don't know about you, Trevor and EJ, but that I don't know many. I've been many a channel on different subject matters. You just don't see people super chatting a thank you. It's almost like double thanks, isn't it? They're actually giving you money as well as saying, "I'll give you the channel money," not me personally, obviously. Giving the channel money and saying thank you at the same time. It's almost like I'm used to channels back in the day on different subject matters where people would do that just to try and make sure their question gets answered, because that's how it usually works with YouTube channels. That if you do a super chat, you've got more chance for getting it answered because there's so many questions come in. And that's just always impressed me. Our community always tends to do that, where they literally just don't have a question and just saying thank you and paying for it, which is bonkers to me. Always will be.
Hey, in this business, dude, you put out what you get. You get what you put in, right? Like, thank you for everybody for paying it forward. We're trying as hard as we can to keep you entertained.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, people say, "Oh, you do these. If you're going to do a dedicated stream for testing, maybe you need some scripts and stuff like that." No. We just put the microphones on and talk, and that's really the best way of doing it because this is what these streams are. This is what I prefer. I mean, yeah, you get the big event streams and you've got to have it organised and timelined and everything like that because otherwise you just fall over your own feet. But on streams like this and Raptorside and Shuttle Sundays and things like that, we're talking as if we're talking to you in real life. It sounds a bit weird. But it's a community. There's people in chat right now. We're communicating with you. We're not on like a TV channel where we don't see the viewers. We are seeing the viewers in chat right now, and we're interacting with you. When we're talking to you, we're taking your questions and we're trying to answer them. And that's how it should be. It's a lot more relaxed that way, and I think it's a lot more fun, more entertaining. I really do think that. Bart asks a question here, right? Bart Parsons, how much inertia can the chopsticks take from the booster before it compromises the tower? How many seconds could the booster hover at the chopsticks before running out of propellant? So there's two parts here. Trevor, do you want to have a go on this one? Because it is about the landing attempt we think is going to happen on Flight 5. So we are looking at, first of all, them not diverting and thinking, no, we're not too happy with this, we're going to divert and not go for it. They've got to the point where they've committed and they're coming back down.
Yeah.
So, yeah, do you want to go? I think it's a two-part question, really, but if you want to go for it, Trevor.
Sure, yeah. So for the inertia part, that's something that we really don't have that great of an idea on. My guess is it really couldn't handle too much of a bang, right? Hold on, I may have to sneeze, so if I mute for a second, that's why. So it also, right, it really depends on the direction. Like if the booster hits the top of one of the chopsticks, I don't think that they could withstand all that much before breaking off from the tower. But if it's sideways, then I imagine it could take a little bit more since it's more designed to take loads in that direction from those hydraulics. So I'm really not sure. And then the second part of the question, we also don't have a good idea on. I would guess really not that long, right? We've seen SpaceX is trying to do this landing burn as efficiently as possible, and that's why they're doing it with all 13 of those inner engines, and then down selecting to 3 for the final portion of the landing burn. So my guess would be maybe a couple of seconds, but SpaceX really doesn't want to just be hovering it there, because if they're hovering it there, then they'll want to just improve their control algorithm so that they can get rid of that hover, since that's just burning fuel for basically no gain.
Very good.
Trevor, I got a question for you, dude. Like, you're absolutely 100% right. Yeah, hovering is horribly inefficient for any rocket. Like, dude, look at the people walking up on the chopsticks. You get scale there. But anyway, right? Dude, look at that. That's nuts. It's absolutely crazy. Anyway, so Trev, I got a question. Why do you think New Shepard hovers around before it finds its landing site? I mean, this is an honest question. This isn't supposed to be like SpaceX versus Blue Origin. I'm just, I'm trying to think of a solution for why they would do that.
I think they just don't care. That they're fine with that inefficiency on that
Okay.
vehicle. Like, they're putting, I mean, it's a suborbital mission. At some point, who cares if you're reaching 105 versus 110 kilometers, right? So
Yep.
the little bit of propellant that you're burning is not directly taking away from customer experience like it is on Starship, where every kilogram of propellant you save, you can put a little bit more mass into orbit.
Yeah. Now, do you think I got another question? Sorry, I'm going to build off this. Chris, just don't mind.
That's
me for a
good.
second.
Go for it, AJ.
Okay, so now, Trev, I'm willing to pick your brain on this, dude, because, okay, so do you think that the initial super heavy landings will look like New Shepard's landings because SpaceX is trying to optimize the catch mechanism? And then do you think they'll slowly iterate on more fuel efficient ways to get the booster over time?
I don't think it's going to be anywhere near as inefficient as what we see with New Shepard. Right? New
Okay.
Shepard, it hovers for a long time
Yeah, it really
before
does.
like slowly going over to the pad, and then despite hovering, somehow is always like on the side of the pad and not perfectly in the middle. I bet it's substantially more efficient than that. Like we saw on Booster 11's soft splashdown. Was that 11? What?
Yeah,
I'm already
yeah.
getting vehicles confused.
Dude, if you're getting them confused, there's no hope for the rest of us.
On Booster 11's soft splashdown, right? We didn't really see it hover. It just kind of did the suicide burn so that it would stop right as it hit the ocean, and that seemed to be what happened. And what I think we learned from some of the interviews that Tim and Ellie did with Elon, that the booster was within a couple of meters. So I really think that, especially with all of the data they have from the Falcon program, it's not really going to be that big of a problem.
Yep. Yeah, dude. Yeah, good discussion. Yeah, this is stuff that I think we got to think about. Like I've been trying to picture. You see the very many talented 3D artists out there, like Ryan Hansen and a couple of other people, like do all these animations of what's super heavy coming in and landing, but would never think about like, do you think they're gonna go for it like totally 100% as efficient as they can be on the first try, or like what's the testing regime gonna look like? I think it's something that's cool to kind of noodle on.
I think we can actually build on the Tim interview with Elon, and I will say interview because I thought the second part I've still not watched it all the way through from start to finish, where it's like I've just sat down for an hour and I need to do that. I'm so busy, I just don't get a chance. But I did skip through it because I couldn't resist. I wanted to see there's a great start of it where they're walking up to the vehicle, the full stack vehicle. What I was surprised by how clean the pad was for a start. It looked really clean. And that was surprising to me because we're so used to watching the views on our cameras, and you don't get the same kind of scale as walking up to it because obviously our cameras are not mobile. They are just stuck there on the ground and we're used to the views. But I just watched parts of it and basically just for the views. But I did notice that it was more like an interview as part 2, where it was just Q&A. And that to me is probably more interesting because you get more information out. Whereas part 1, you got like massive tours, the Star Factory and what have you. So that was really cool. So I like the balance there between the two. And there was a lot of questions, and I might have missed this part here, but it's from Kanan, who asks, I think the original Elon tour with Tim, he said that maybe 2 grid fins work.
Mhm.
What's the situation with the grid fins on the booster? Because we see the 4 and they're stuck out. Unlike with the Falcons, it's a slightly different situation here. Are they only utilizing 2 grid fins during the landing?
No. Right now they're using all 4. What Elon was talking about is, so basically how the current grid fin configuration works, both on booster, both on Star Super Heavy and on Falcon, is they essentially use one set of them for yaw and one set of them for pitch control or roll control, I guess. Um, but the fact of the matter is, you can kind of get away with having one set of them that switches between these 2 applications and like
Yep.
superimposing the states of, let's say you're trying to roll the booster, so you have like one pitch down to the pitch down and the other pitch up a little bit, right? If you superimpose that position on side 1, that kind of causes the booster to pitch over, which is them kind of both moving in one direction. That causes the vehicle to then roll and pitch. So you're able to kind of oscillate them a little bit to get the same amount of control from just 2 grid fins as you do from all 4. However, I don't see them doing this for a long time. In the grand scheme of things, as Elon was saying, it's a fairly minor mass optimization, and there are so many more important mass optimizations that they can work on in the time being. Like these, both booster and ship, if I was to guess, are probably 50 tons heavier than SpaceX wants them to be. And right, this is one of the big reasons why we've heard Elon talk a bunch about how important Raptor 3 is. And Raptor 3 is going to get rid of like 10, 15 tons on the booster, since they're going to get rid of some of the chines, the big CO2 bottles, and then all of the engine heat shielding. So long term, that's something I see them doing, but short term, there's just so much other important mass optimization that they can do.
Now, Trevor's talking about mass optimization, guys. Basically, what we're talking about here is something that has to do with what's called the ideal rocket equation. So you have Tsiolkovsky's rocket equation, the delta V formula. So you have gravity times specific impulse, natural log, initial mass over final mass. So what? Okay, all right. Sorry, a lot of math there. I'll dial it back a little bit. What that basically means is the more fuel you have on your rocket and the less rocket you have on the rocket, the faster your rocket can accelerate. It'll go further. I mean, further is not really how you define how far a rocket goes in space. It's measured in acceleration, delta V, change in velocity, right? But Trevor's talking about mass fraction. They basically don't want as much rocket on the rocket, so they can either A, have it more for fuel, or B, have it more for payload, right? They're trying to get the payload numbers up, because if you have less rocket, you can get more payload on there, or more fuel, which is also why they're talking about stretched versions, right? That's super important here. By swapping to 2 grid fins, right? Well, now you don't have 2 more grid fins. That's a huge mass optimization. But it's not without its trade-offs. Oh, just switch to 2 grid fins. Yeah, that's fine. Just do that. Now you're swapping. The trade-off here is less mechanical complexity, but now you're running into more avionic complexity, right? Because your control systems, as Trevor was saying, they gotta control one or the other, right? Like now you have grid fins being fed pitch and yaw and quite possibly roll data all at the same time. So how are you going to take your, what the computer's telling you to do? Oh, I want it to pitch, but I also want it to yaw. You're swapping for a more complicated control system here. So more complicated code, right? But see, here's the thing. Code doesn't weigh anything. Code doesn't have mass, unless you're using a spinny hard drive, but you get the idea. See the trade-off there? You're moving the complexity to a place where you can actually put less things on the booster.
Yeah.
Very good. I want to quickly point out live views. I don't know if I looked away. I know it's just my lack of observation, but there's humans now on the stick. Yeah. They just pop. I looked away. I was looking at the questions, and I looked back on the screen. And suddenly, there's a crane there with humans on the end of it. I thought, have I just been in a time warp with my YouTube streaming, or is it just happened just then? I presume it's just happened just then. So that is interesting. They're actually looking at it while it's closed. We've got questions related. Not only feeding off what Tim's interview with Elon has covered, but also relevant to the sticks. And I'm trying to balance them out a little bit here by, first of all, taking a question from Blake by asking how fast can the chopsticks close? Now, the operative word there is how fast can they close? Because I think we might be looking at max close rate with the slaps we've seen earlier. I don't know if anyone wants to counter that and assume that they could even move faster than that. What do you think, EJ?
Say that one more time, dude. Sorry, I'm reading two chats at the same time.
It's okay. Well, the question is basically how fast can the chopsticks close? And if we look at the speed at which the chopstick closed, the arm on the right-hand side from our view here closed, would you presume that is the fastest speed it can close, safely at least, to pretend it's currently pretending of catching a booster?
I don't think SpaceX would be. It really depends on how much more testing we see, right, Chris? Like, it depends on more. Like, if, you know, maybe these guys vacate off of here after they do a visual inspection and we go see it try to move faster. Right? Yeah, check out this replay, guys.
Yeah.
I mean, that thing is moving pretty quick for its size. That's really fast. I mean, consider the live shot with guys walking around on it and then look at that replay. That's real quick. There's no doubt in my mind that they could probably go faster, but you'd run the risk of crushing your multi-billion-dollar booster with 33 engines in the process. I mean, the angular rotation that's induced on this is done from a giant hydraulic linear actuator that's probably I mean, I don't even know what size I should compare it to. Like, that actuator is gigantic. It's probably about the size of a small car that's moving those chopsticks back and forth. And you could, you know, the rate of movement is basically how much pressure can those fittings and can that hydraulic take. I'm sure SpaceX could find a way to, you know, quote unquote, overclock it. That's not the right terminology. I understand that. It's funny. It's a funny way of saying it. All right. I laughed. You're not laughing. Okay, moving on.
I laughed. I just muted at the time.
All right. Good. Sweet. So, I mean, the physics, you could, in the confines of physics, you could make it go faster, but, you know, force equals mass times acceleration. Okay, great. You made it move faster. Now you got to make it stop faster. So what's your manner of actuation and what's your manner of force damping here, right? Not dampening, that's getting wet. Damping. How fast can you stop it? Because remember, you know, like, this isn't necessarily applicable. What goes up must come down, right? But, you know, you're going to start moving. Object in motion stays in motion. Object at rest stays at rest, unless acted upon by an outside force, right? We're getting into some really basic Newtonian physics here, right? This is really basic stuff. But, you know, could they move it faster? Yeah, but something to take into account is that they also got to make it stop faster if they do that. I'm sure there's some type of mean there where they could get it to move fast enough. They also get it to stop fast enough without crushing that booster. Because you got to remember, you're trying to catch the fly with the chopsticks, not squish it. Big differences here. And that's why I think you see these tests that they're doing right now. They're trying to figure out where that speed is, that they could stop this thing fast enough, catch the pins, and not crush the booster.
Yeah, there's actually a fun caveat in play here as well. We knew the answer. We knew this already, but when Tim was talking to Elon, he mentioned the chopsticks will be shorter for the other towers. Now, we saw that already because we saw it at 39A. When he installed or rolled out, at least from Roberts Road, we saw him back then. When they rolled out and installed the chopsticks on 39A, they are shorter chopsticks. The reason for that is the ones that we're seeing right now in front of us are actually too long. And that's why when they probably upgrade this tower, they will be looking to install better chopsticks on it. And that's what Elon was intimating towards. So we knew that this chopstick on this first tower here, they were too long. And that is something he noted was a problem because it's not just the mass of them, it's actually breaking them as well. Because when you bring them to a close, you've got to stop them, as EJ was intimating there. So that is something that'll be easier with shorter chopsticks, which is what they're going to go forward with. So that's going to be something fun. And it also leads into another question from Awesome Zebra, which is a great name. When they upgrade Tower 1 after Tower 2 is built, will Tower 1 have a flame trench? Now, again, that was, in fact, I'm sure Trevor has watched Tim's interview with Elon all the way through. And I'm definitely sure to mention something about a flame trench, the way they're going to redesign even Tower 1 that the orbital launch mount as we see right now is going away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so first I just wanted to add a little bit onto that last question. Right, we know that future chopsticks are going to be, what, about half as long. And when you're rotating a rod around one of its ends, which is basically the rotation that we see with the chopsticks, moment of inertia is like 1/2 or 1/3 ml squared. So by having having your chopsticks be half as long, you're having a quarter of the moment of inertia. So that should be hugely advantageous because I've like watching the test this morning. In my opinion, there's absolutely no way SpaceX is able to catch a booster with these. They just are wobbling way too much when they're trying to stop them. But hopefully, I'm wrong. Anyway, going to this question, yes, this was something that Elon talked about with Tim in his launch site overview. Elon was saying that the pad is and basically everything is undergoing a total redesign. So the pad version 2, if you will, is going to have a more traditional flame trench and probably switch away from the launch ring design to something a little bit more traditional. And Elon was saying that like the launch clamps and everything are being swapped out. So yes, our thought is that Pad 2 will have a flame trench. I doubt SpaceX will upgrade Pad 1. Right, we've seen this with Falcon 9, where at Vandenberg, SpaceX has a very old TE design where it doesn't have the throwback that the two in Florida do, yet they're not upgrading it to a newer TE design. So my guess would be it would not at all be worth upgrading Pad 1 to this new style when they could just put all of that time and into building a completely new pad, and then they have a whole new pad and still the launch capability of this one, which, you know, in the grand scheme of things has been holding up somewhat well and could probably support, you know, let's say a dozen, 2 dozen launches per year at current turnaround rates, which are almost certainly going to drastically improve.
Absolutely. EJ, I've got a question right up your street here.
Dude,
I am thinking KSP wise. Again, I missed the boat with KSP. I dare even say out loud to you, EJ, never mind Daz. But it's something I've played, and I've never had the patience to play games where you've got to put hours into it. I just have never had the patience for it. I'm a FIFA and a COD kind of a person, which is not to my positivity.
No scope.
Yes, indeed. Oh, God, yes.
Yeah.
I've been done by a few of those. Gary Hayes asks, so 1,000 ships a year, 2 years between Mars launches. Where do you store 2,000 ships? Is orbit an option? Now, I think we're probably going a little bit higher with the numbers there, but let's just take into the preface that we are expecting to see a large amount of ships being required to get this 1 million tons to the surface of Mars. So how would you, if you're playing KSP, work out the manifest of all those ships, where to store them, how to launch them, get them in orbit maybe, have them loitering for a while, and then send them all off in one go? What would you do, AJ?
At that point, we're talking about such an astronomical number there, Chris. It's got to be everything. Like everything. There's going to be starships coming out of the demon hole here, man. That like everywhere. Like, where are you going to put 1,000 of these things? I don't know. We do know that SpaceX is expanding Roberts Road. No doubt they'll have some type of crazy facility there to be able to store, at least enough for the Artemis missions, if I had to guess, right? If I had to guess. But yeah, on orbit loitering, places on the ground. I don't think these are questions that SpaceX themselves have even answered, right? It's just because that's so far down the pipe in that's so far down the pipe in what they're trying to do. I'm pretty sure they're not even thinking about it, because at the end of the day, there's plenty of different solutions. Storm on orbit. How cool would that be? A Starship docking ring on orbit? I'm not saying I don't want that.
Do you remember, EJ, do you remember a very old shuttle concept where they had external tanks rather than dumping them from suborbit? They had them literally in like a massive ring space station.
Yep.
It was it was incredible. Yeah, so that reminded me of like that kind of design, but starships, that'd be amazing.
Dude, yeah. I'm going to shamelessly plug the shuttle's aft cargo carrier concept as something that they absolutely should have done to make external tank wet workshops, and we'll just leave it there. Leave it at that.
Already had some plans, boys and girls. Anyone who may be new to following spaceflight because of SpaceX, no doubt, and there's a lot of people who are new to spaceflight because of what they've been watching with not just Starship but also Falcon 9 landings. I think that's brought a lot of people in. Just the fact that these rockets come back and land is incredible. The history of shuttle, and even going back to the Apollo days, the plans that von Braun had were incredible, and they just stopped. It's a real shame. But Skylab to this day still impressive to me. I mean, we're going down a rabbit hole here, Jay, but Skylab, what do you think of Skylab?
Amazing design, wet workshops that could eventually lead to an iterated option for or dry workshops that could move to wet workshops eventually for Venusian flybys. Because yeah, I mean, I'm on board on that. That's not a lot of people know. Von Braun had an entire systems engineering architecture engineered out for like the next 50 years for the Apollo program. He absolutely did. The next thing that they were going to do is they were going to do longer duration missions on the moon with a descent module with a HAB module attached to it. And then you just use a regular Saturn V and a like quote unquote Apollo J mission configuration to go down there, make a small base on the moon. But simultaneously, some of the other projects that they were going to do is basically where the LEM would be on the Saturn V. They wanted to put a little HAB module in there with solar panels and a docking ring, and basically send an S4B on a trans-Venusian injection flyby. Basically do Venus flybys. Everybody thinks Apollo is going to go to Mars next. Nope. Venus is where they had their sights, believe it or not.
Yeah, it's beautiful. There's some amazing historical photographs. I'll bring up on a future Raptor just for fun because I've got my OBS going when it's doing Raptor just the Saturn 1B on a milk stool next to a big Saturn 5 next to it, which is that Skylab on it. It was like doing dual launches, and it was just like, it was incredible. Just look back on the visuals they had at the time, and also the fact that it was that time in history where they were still learning, and we were still learning now, let's be fair. And we will always be learning for a long time yet. There's nothing routine about spaceflight. Going completely back onto the fun side, Musical Duck says, tank name, ouch. We've also got, that's literally super chatted that, by the way. Thank you, Musical Duck, for your support, by the way. We have store suggestions. James Haig says, I like the idea. I went to Starbase and got happy slapped by the chopsticks with a red head between the sticks. I don't know where you're going with that, James, but I know you're a regular user, so I knew I could read that out with some confidence, at least. And we have requests to bring back the Texas the Texas Test Tank top back into the store. I'm sure the template is still there. I don't think it'd be that. Oh my goodness me, Carson's found it. There we go. That's
so
a real
bad.
thing. It is terrible, isn't it? Mind
Dude,
you,
that's awesome.
it's been a ridiculous 80s in the 80s today, Trevor, over here, which is melting point for English people. That might have actually been quite nice just to be outside in that today. But yes, you might have got
Texas Tank Watcher tank top tee to wear in Texas.
Oh my word! Is that? I thought it was just like that's even worse than what I was thinking.
No, that's fantastic.
Oh.
We should get more of those.
That
Oh,
chopstick is a moving.
Oh hello, we're gonna get another slap.
Crazy how quickly
Slap,
they got
slap,
people off
slap,
that thing.
slap.
Yeah.
People are asking, they're probably joining late, and I don't blame them asking why, because see points in the poll saying how many slaps and more slaps and things like that, saying what do you mean by slaps? What they're doing is basically using this test tank because they don't want to damage a real booster. It's not a real booster, it's just a test tank with the right diameter and
I bet
configuration.
Max would think it's a real booster since he thinks Puppy is a real engine.
I'm sure Kevin Michael Reed probably thinks it's his best booster ever now because he likes Ship 26, so it's obviously part of the course. This is the way they can do this chopstick testing, and if they do catch it and damage it and dent it or whatever, they've learned a lesson, which is good data for when they go for it for real, and they don't damage any flight hardware because you don't want to be damaging the flight hardware, which is it's very SpaceXy. This actually, I must admit, it's how they test things. They're not shy on testing the new techniques and risking some damage, but the only way they're going to damage anything is the test tank. I think the sticks are very much robust enough to survive what has been a few slaps so far. And they've got those bumpers on them and what have you, so I think we're pretty safe. I do have another silly question, but it's for EJ, and I'm going to read it out because it's support as well. Wait, can we ask a question? Yes, you can. Okay. Okay, so
you already did.
Yes, there you go. Yeah. How many EJs is B14.1 tall? And thanks for the stream. Well, thanks for your support. Do we know how tall B14.1 is? And then we could probably calculate via EJ how many EJs tall it is.
I'm 193 centimeters tall, 6'4" for actual units.
6'4", you're a big lad,
How much
EJ.
again?
Yeah.
How
Yeah,
much
I
again?
worked out.
Let me do the math.
193 centimeters, Alex.
Wait, I am almost exactly that.
Yeah, but how much mass you got? What's the dry mass, Trevor?
My dry mass is like 175.
Okay, yeah, all right. I got 75 pounds on you. Okay.
Wait, no, you're okay. Maybe I'm not quite one. I think I'm like
10.4
190
EJs.
10.4 EJs. There we
There you
go.
go.
I feel terrible. I'm only 6 foot. I'm like, oh.
Trevor's not 175 kilos. No. Pounds.
I'm not 175 kilos.
Yeah. The funny thing about the English people is we work in both. We're not like, kilometers. We don't have kilometers on our road signs. We have miles. And we do 6 foot, 0 inches or what have you. So we do both. We can do meters and inches
And
and
yards.
imperial and
Chris,
yards, yeah.
I'm 12 and a
It
half
was so
stone.
weird to see that.
12 and a half
How many-
stone. It's a very healthy rate. Very healthy weight, Trevor. Anyway,
I don't
moving quickly
know
on
how
before we
stone
go
means
down this rabbit
anything
hole
to me.
too much. Yeah. Bideford, massive super chat.
I've
That's,
heard.
it's not the first time you've done this, Bideford, and I say that almost like jokingly because it's every single time we do a stream I see your name come up with support. It is incredible, and that is a big one. You could have done that, the same message for $1, and I'd have read it out, and it literally is amazing support you provide us. And you say, Chris, the deal with it is when people tell you thank you to NSF, you started something that fulfills all our interests and makes us all chuckle from time to time. Thank you, Chris. Well, no, thank you, Bideford. And I would then pass that on by saying thank you to the team, because if it was just me still, like it was in the early days, there would not be a YouTube channel for a start. It would be just basically a news site still as a hobby, and probably me going completely mental because I was I could not do half or even 10% or maybe even 1% of what we do now. Without the team we've got behind us. We've got an incredible team. The only thing I'd say to people who start things like this is surround yourself by clever people. It's not a unique saying that. People have said it before in different subject matters, but I think it very much plays true. If you surround yourself by clever, talented, hard-working people, you can't go wrong. And they'll push you up. And when people say thank you to me, it's like, what? I'm like, I'm not the one doing all this stuff. It's it's the clever people behind the scenes, and you're hearing now, Ian talking. I think EJ, you had some words of wisdom to join in on that.
I was gonna say, why am I here then?
Oh right, I thought you had some words of wisdom about how you got your progression curve up.
No. Hey, jokes aside, yeah, no, it's a privilege to be here, and I don't take it lightly. Thank you for all the support, Bideford, especially you. It's margarita time. Let's go. Doesn't matter. It's 3 on a Wednesday. Let's do it.
Hey, we're back to technical questions. I'd rather be flying an X-wing with a tip. Oh, that's very nice. Tip is where you can do it directly to us, and Google doesn't take their claws into it, which is either ways. No support is no support. Support via YouTube is still very much support. So don't think, oh, I'm never going to do that way. If Google takes a bit, that's just the way economics works. So I very much appreciate all levels of support. The question is, technical question. Jet engines have hollow, high-pressure turbine blades which pump cold air through small surface holes to form a boundary layer between the metal and hot gases. Has anyone pursued this in rocket turbo pumps? Do the temps get hot enough that melting blades is a risk? Wow. I think EJ, that's definitely you to start with that one.
Can you say it one more time, just so I get it?
I can. Yes. My eyesight is brilliant for this. Technical question. Jet engines have hollow, high-pressure turbine blades which pump cold air through small surface holes to form a boundary layer between the metal and the hot gases. Has anyone pursued this in rocket turbo pumps? Do temps get hot enough that melting blades is a risk?
I don't think. I mean, I can't really speak to whether we have hollow fins in the gas generators. So okay, let's start here. Let's rewind a little bit. So okay, in a jet engine, you have a compressor
right? And then you have a combustor, and then you have a turbine. This is a very basic two-stage or single-stage turbojet, guys. For the plane nerds out there, just bear with me. Let's think like the earliest of the early turbojets, right? You have a compressor blade at the front, and then you have a combustor. What the compressor is doing is forcing air at high pressure into the combustor, and the combustor has a flame built up inside from when you started the jet engine. That air gets introduced with some fuel sprayed into it. It explodes and it shoots out the turbine, right? It shoots over the turbine like blowing on a pinwheel, and that turns the compressor up at the front again, right? And what the question is referring to is that, you know, with jet engine designs, modern jet engine designs, they run air through the turbine blades to keep them cool, to basically shield them, kind of similar to what Falcon 9 does when it's coming in for its entry burn. It shields the vehicle in a cooler column of gas to basically push the reentry heating away. Now, does this apply to rocket engines? So rocket engines don't have a compressor, right? Because with a jet engine, you're moving gases with your compressor. With a rocket engine, you're not moving gases. The turbo pumps on a rocket engine moves liquid. So we're not talking about a compressor here. We're talking about an impeller. It's right. You're not compressing liquid because liquid is, for the most part, incompressible, right? So with a rocket engine, you have an impeller that's going to that's going to pump more or less. This is like, keep in mind, think about this being like the most basic rocket design. You have an impeller that's going to move your commodities, your liquid fuel and oxidizer, into an injector plate, into the engine, explode, go out the bottom. Pretty straightforward stuff, right? I say that like it's some easy thing to do. So the gas generator is usually fed from taps from the liquid fuel and oxidizer. Now, I can't speak to whether, you know, a gas generator on any specific rocket design is going to use something like that. It absolutely could, but my guess would be probably not. Because, okay, so one, turbo pumps are spinning way faster than a turbine, like way faster. Like if we're talking Raptor's spinning way faster than a jet engine, way faster. And because of that, the blades are moving a lot faster. They move over air, or well, in this case, combustion gases from our gas generator. They move over them a lot faster, and you can exchange the heat more. Second of all, gas generators on rocket engines run extremely fuel rich for this exact purpose. They run fuel rich to basically where they deliver way more fuel than oxidizer to basically absorb some of the heat from the combustion and shoot it out the side. That's why Falcon 9, when it comes back down and lands, because it flew through its own exhaust, is covered in all that soot. All that carbon soot that gets shot out the side is being used as a heat sink for the gas generator, okay? And because of that, I would say that I can't speak to whether it's ever been done. I'm sure it's been done, but with the good lot of the rocket engines that I know about, I don't think so. They run fuel rich. They don't run stoichiometric because it'll melt your turbine blades, right? But they run fuel rich to absorb the heat. Now, why would they do that? Simpler. Rocket engines are already way complicated because you're spinning so much faster than a jet engine, right? Because you're spinning so ridiculously fast, trying to make some type of transpiration cooling to make a boundary layer on your gas generator turbine blades. That's just adding complexity to a design where you could just, all right, just deliver more fuel at the behest of efficiency, right? So has that happened in rockets? I can't say whether it has or hasn't, but I know that a lot of rocket engines, at least up until this point, do not do something like that because you're running fuel rich. The other thing to take into account is that with a jet engine, you have jet fuel, which is at ambient temperature, right? Or it's enough to stay liquid, and you have air coming in, right? Atmosphere, you know, that could be a little bit colder if a plane is at higher altitude, but it's nothing compared to the cryogenic propellants that a rocket engine is using already. You could use cryo or some other way to keep it nice and cool. It depends. Like there's trade-offs here that you can make. You could have hydrostatic bearings on your turbine power pack and use the cryogenic propellants to keep it cool. And then thermal conductivity from the metal assembly of the turbine could, you know, just keep the whole thing cool if you flow liquid oxygen over it, right? But for the most part, I know that they run fuel rich on their gas generators to avoid that exact problem. But it could be done. I'm not saying it couldn't. You're just adding complexity. The use case would be the big deal here. You would need a use case where you can't run fuel rich to cool it because that's the easiest way to do it. Whew, that was a mouthful.
EJ, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, EJ. That was amazing.
Sorry.
No, that was great. I mean, that's why I gave you the question. I've got a funny feeling you might have known a few things about that.
Yeah.
And we're going to take it right back down again by saying Pete's Guide suggests B14.1, spanky tanky, slappy stanky, small. I'm going to just put it on screen because I can't even, it's a tongue twister. We've got Steve US MC, which I believe is US Marine Corps. If it is, and you are, thank you for your service. Suggesting the upcoming celebrity battle between Mike Tyson and Jake Paul, with the tank name being with Jake Paul and the chopstick being Mike Tyson. I agree that's the way I would present it as well, and I hope it does end up that way. I will just say that much. We have a lot of merch suggestions for the B14.1. Kevin Riley asks about how about B14.1 a punching bag. We've got a stress toy suggestion from Spunky, and then we've got a shuttle question, which I know I can start with, from Marvin's mate. I have a memory of 2 shuttles in orbit at the same time. Is this correct? I certainly think SpaceX are thinking of orbital storage for Starship still. Well, let me cover the shuttle first of all. There's never been 2 shuttles in orbit at the same time. You either got confused with Armageddon, no, or you're thinking of STS-125 and STS-400, because that was going to be 2 shuttles at the same time, because that's the whole point of STS-400. With STS-125 being the only post-Columbia mission not going to the ISS, which could have been safe haven for a damaged shuttle, while the crew wait for the next shuttle to come up and take them all home. The Hubble orbit is completely different, and they had no safe haven if there was an issue during ascent, such as the TPS. MMOD was a big deal for the Hubble mission for a start, so there was definitely risks. And in the event of a problem, Endeavour would have launched from the other pad, 39B, and gone up and rescued the crew by grappling on to Atlantis in Hubble orbit, and then bringing the crew back, and then Atlantis would have been disposed of with a tail first entry, which would have been sad, but let's get the crew back safe. Let's put it that way, first of all. EJ, I know you've got thoughts. Yes.
No. I'm just looking at the screen. We got some crews inspecting the pads there.
Oh, yes. We can't.
Anyway, carry on then.
We're getting quite a nice view here of the other side of the chopsticks as well, which is kind of cool, because that is where the contact's being made with the test tank. And they're obviously looking at that area, which is interesting. I wonder if they're going to do some slight tweaks and then go back for a few more slaps. When is the road closure? When does the road closure go on till, Trevor?
Oh boy, it's I think it's 8 p.m. local. Let me just double check.
Oh my.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Oh, we have plenty of time.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
And don't
Yes.
worry, there's another 12-hour long one tomorrow.
Oh, joy.
Yeah. I mean, let's go.
Well,
it's gonna be amazing.
Welcome back, Alex. Did you get some food?
Well, yeah. Well, I've been here all the time. Yeah, I just got some food and I'm here.
¿Qué comida te tienes?
Pizza. It was pizza.
Ah. All right. Well, hey, that's
What
good.
was on the pizza?
Here we go.
Things.
Things.
Alex is embarrassed. It's probably something disgusting.
Yeah, it was.
Well, it had bacon on it.
Oh, all right. No,
Really
you're
good.
You're in the clear.
We need Kevin Michael Reed, who's busy at the moment, so that's why he's not on right now. But he would love this question: how much mass could Ship 26 and this stubby booster get to orbit-ish? I don't think. I mean, the
Zero.
propellant capacity, exactly. The propellant capacity. If you put 33 engines on it, it's going to run out of propellant within like seconds. So it's not going to last very long. It would be quite fun. I always liked the idea of giving Hopper a ride. Just even if it was just a hop again. Hopper is why we're all around here, because that was the first vehicle to leave the ground at Starbase. And people remember the 150 meter hop. It did hop before that, you know. It hopped a slight little tiny hop first. Then it did like was it a 12 meter hop or something like that? Alex, do you remember it?
18.
18.
Yep.
Yeah. And it was
18.
breathing fire. It was visually amazing. And then it did the 150 meter hop, and that's where the intro comes, where Tim's shouting on the roof, Nomad's roof, next to Jack, water towers can fly. And that was the hop.
The funny thing is, you know,
Orange.
sometimes people think that we clipped that from his video. It's actually Jack was with Tim
Yeah.
on Nomad's roof, and he yelled. So Tim yelled so loud that it was caught on Jack's video. so well.
Nice.
That reminds me, there was a live stream we did from 39A. I think it was 39A. It was at the press site at KSC, put it that way, where Chris G was before he went to SpaceX was doing the commentary for one of our live streams of a Falcon 9 launch.
Yeah.
And he was a good fair distance away from where Tim was doing a live stream for EDA, and on Tim's stream, you could hear Chris G screaming. On our stream, you could hear Tim screaming. I thought, are they next to each other? And they said, no, we're miles apart. We're just so loud. Oh, it's brilliant. I remember that distinctly. It was like, this is incredible. Because we heard Tim on our stream, and I went back on Tim's stream and heard Chris G. I was like, these two are very loud.
Dude, I'm still over here thinking about, and a couple of people in chat are talking about it. If we put engines on 14.1 and then you put like a fully fueled Starship on top of it, like, I don't know, what do you guys think? I mean, you're not going to need all 33 engines to push that thing up. The TWR would probably rip booster 14 in half. So, like, let's just say there's like 13 engines on the booster, right? And then 6 engines on Starship. I'm crunching some numbers in my head. That's like 10 to 15 tons to low Earth orbit, easy. Right?
Oh.
Like Starship could have SSDO with no payload. So even a small kicker below it, like even a stubby booster like that, provided it had all the accoutrement for fueling. Sorry. I think I'd say like 10 to 15. It probably could do it. The TWR is just so high on Starship, you just blast right into low Earth orbit.
Well, that
I
also
think it's
assumes that 14.1 has like 2 tanks, can have engines installed and everything.
Yeah, exactly. It has everything to be able to be launched, right? Like,
Yeah.
yeah, that's taking into account that it does. I mean, yeah,
There's a
even
lot of things in play essentially.
Yeah, right. Even a little tiny booster underneath Starship, you'd be nowhere near 100-ton, which is what SpaceX wants as their their baseline. But that would move something. It would move something up there. Yeah, my guess would be 10 to 15. If somebody wants to do the math out on that, I did it on a napkin, so that's probably not it. And by a napkin, I mean in my head. That's probably not exactly right, but it would do it. It just, yeah, be taking a severe hit on payload capacity with a small booster like that.
My guess would be substantially less than 0.
You don't think it would make it, Trev?
No, nowhere close. These vehicles are so overmassed right now.
Yeah.
Like with
That's
a
fair,
full
that's fair.
booster and a ship, they're able to put 40 into low Earth orbit.
Yeah.
While
There's no way
we're
they could do
That's
it.
a good point.
Think
Yeah,
it's-
you're right. That's a good point, dude.
while we're doing the maths with an S. Sorry, Trevor.
Oh my gosh.
Sorry,
no.
Trevor.
Whoa.
Sorry, but it
Just said the word.
I know, but math.
I'm still
Doesn't sound
waiting
right,
to
so-
know what a mathematic is. If you insist that maths is correct.
Oh, we could start a poll in chat, but then we'll get overrun because there's Muslim Americans in. Anyway, never mind that. Let's address the elephant in the room, shall we? It's a different subject matter, but it's kind of related because it is Starship related as well. I've just lost it. Here it is from Kal-El. Nice Superman reference there, which Adrian wouldn't have got if he was hosting still. What is wrong with ULA and Blue Origin? Why do they want us to hate them? So we're talking about the releases yesterday where both Blue Origin and ULA at the same time started complaining about the environmental impact of too many Starship testings and launches from Florida related to the EIS, I think it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, EJ, do you want to go first and let's see what we all think about this?
Sure. Okay. Oh, jeez. People are gonna hate me for saying
Well,
this.
you
Just
think
bear
that
with-
lift going down?
Oh yeah, there it goes. We might see some testing soon in a second. All right, people are gonna hate me for this. All right, I don't necessarily think that Blue and ULA are in the wrong. No, but before you chew me out completely, just hear me out. You can chew me out after my explanation, all right?
EJ, I have
I
an
know
opinion. and it's
I know,
too
I know,
hard.
I know. I'm about to get destroyed here in chat.
Gotta
It's fine.
drop it. Dear
All right,
Lord.
so I don't think they're
Come on, go
necessarily in the
ahead.
wrong. Starship's cadence
Yeah,
is
no.
talking about launching once a day, right? So if we have an Artemis mission coming out here, that's basically, to refuel. You want to put HLS out to the moon, right?
you're going to have to basically have a successive amount of launches, basically for a week, week and a half, 2 weeks, right? That is completely blanking up and using all the resources of the Eastern testing range, right? I think that's fair. That's a fair criticism. To be 100% honest, what if there's a Department of Defense payload, or a payload that's going to another planet that is entirely dependent on an orbital launch window, right? Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying there isn't flexibility in the schedule. Like, some missions definitely have priority over others, right? Like, we've seen in the past, there have been, NROL missions that have range priority over others, right? But I think the glaring problem here, more than anything, is that the range can only really handle one launch campaign a day, to my knowledge. And if there's anybody out there that works on the range, please prove me wrong. That's what I understand. And I think this is a very interesting thing it's a very interesting problem to have, right? Because who thought we'd ever get to the point where launch providers are arguing over, sub-day launch, like one launch a day launch cadences here, and fighting for range time? I think this is the way, this is the avenue for them to basically say, hey, look, we got to launch our stuff too, right? And now, don't get me wrong, fellas, and this is why I said don't chew me out. I want a Starship launch every day. I would love to do that. But I also think that it would be prudent for the range to be able to have scalability here to support multiple launch campaigns in a day. I think that's what this is really about. The range needs to be able to scale. The market is changing. Look at Falcon 9, sub 2-day launch, and they're having trouble keeping up. Well, they're not really having trouble. They've actually adapted pretty well thus far, but we need to be able to get to the point where the range is working like an air traffic control at an airport, and that's not something that's going to happen overnight. Blue Origin doesn't even launch. You guys are savage, dude. You guys are absolutely savage. They will in the future, man. They got New Glenn's teed up, all right? They got it teed up. Just give it some time. But yeah, no, I think this is very much about, range in the future. They need the scalability.
But am I misremembering, or is it? I feel like I remember seeing something a few years ago that the 45th said that they are no longer going to support commercial launches past some certain date, and that responsibility will be moved to the commercial side. But I'm trying to find the news article. So like
I think that was in part some kind of like moving to more like an airport-like kind of operations where, up until now they were using their own funds, or well, I don't even think that's still proved that change, but it was a proposal that they were bringing up because they have a lot of things to pay for and everything, and people and all. And it is true that, for example, the AFTS, the move to the autonomous flight termination system, has helped a lot for them to be able to do multiple launches in a day. Not only SpaceX, but just last year we had, I think it was last year, we had an Atlas V and then a crew launch from SpaceX, both in the same day. One was in the morning and then another one was in the evening. It was like essentially 12 hours apart. So they are capable of doing all of that. The problem is it takes a lot of money and a lot of effort. Now, the important thing to mention is that these are not the only complaints that both companies brought up, right? And that's sort of my sort of the thing that kind of itches me when reading those comments, because this, just to be clear here, these are not like lawsuits or anything like it. It's just that there's an ongoing environmental impact statement going on at 39A to be able to launch a Starship from there, hopefully in the next year or two. And as part of that process, the FAA takes comments from either the public, from other companies, even from other agencies. And so if you go to their website, just like this website, regulations.gov, whatever, Google is your friend for that, but you can find all of those comments, and there's like 66 comments, plus those that have been gathered through the meetings and the virtual meetings, the in-person meetings and everything. So these are comments from ULA and Blue Origin. But, the points about giving some kind of thought about, letting Starship pretty much roam around and launch as nothing, as if nothing were to happen to the range or anything like it. It's kind of strange because at the end of the day, and I posted this earlier today, that SpaceX the company that is most affected by SpaceX's activity, it's a SpaceX. If you think about it, every single time they want to move a booster or a fairing or a second stage out to their launch pad, that launch pad, it is being used. So they can't do that. Even then, because they have 2 launch pads at the Cape, if you want to move a payload or a booster to pad 40, for example, just this week we saw the payload fairing and the booster for the Starlink 10.3 moving to pad 40, they have to go through 39A, which means if there's a launch campaign already active at 39A, they're fueling a Falcon Heavy, for example, as they were doing this yesterday, they have to arrange their planning around that because they have to go across 39A to get down to pad 40 unless they do some kind of shuffling, as we've probably seen in the past, and we have some theories that they may have been using some alternative roads to get to pad 40, but essentially they are their own obstacle, so to speak, because they have so many things going on, and not just to get to the pad, but even to get back from Port Canaveral, those fairings and those boosters when they recover them. And they manage that, right? It's like they manage all of that. How come these companies cannot come up with a way for they themselves to manage to be able to go through all of their activities while there's a lot of launches going on? And you see their comments, and a lot of their proposals is just to cap the number of launches from Starship, and it's like, why? Right? It's like, why cannot be that there could be a solution where Starship launches a lot, but you also do a lot of activities? Like, there must be a way, not just from the range, but also from the different companies, to be able to do their operations in a swift and fast manner, so they are able to adapt. Essentially, that's the whole point here that I'm trying to make. The
Yeah,
point that I'm also trying to make as well is that they are not doing that. That's not good.
Yeah, it's again clarifications in chat. In fact, from a super chat, I would rather be flying the X-wing. Says with EJ respect, that was what the complaint was. A reference to the environmental impact, not range capability, which is what made him look whiny.
Yeah, no, guys, once again, I'm not. I think it's my kind of job here to be a little bit unbiased when it comes to this, dude. I want Starship to fly just as much as anybody here. Trust me on this one. I think reusability is the way to go. I'm a gigantic shuttle nutcase, right? Like,
Yep.
as much as Chris is, like,
Yep.
Starship is the way to go. But I think it's prudent to say that, like, once again, I think it's prudent to be unbiased, but I think it's if you kind of think about what this is going to look like in the long term, if SpaceX is just completely blanketing out the range and no one else can ever launch anything anywhere, what does that say for the commercial launch industry? That's not. And once again, I think the environmental impact is a way for them to kind of do this without being like, oh, well, what about the environment, right? Like, I think that's a way for them to do this without being like, no, right? But
I totally
this is a
agree
way-
with you, EJ, on
Yeah.
the part that it is true that these companies, at the end of the day, this is
Mhm.
Starship 44 times from 39A. They're going to still launch Falcon 9. We don't know for how long and what it's going to be the cadence once the Starship is launching from 39A 44 times a year. But it's obvious that SpaceX wants to increase their cadence, and that's 39A. They also have Slick 37 that they are also trying to get. Then ULA today, for example, they said they want to launch 20 times just next year. Probably a bunch of those, like the great majority of those, will be from the Cape. We'll see if they increase their cadence, but even 20 launches, it's quite a lot, right?
Yeah.
When you
Yeah,
add up to Blue Origin also wants to launch a lot. Relativity, once their turn R comes online, they also want to launch a lot. Nova, the Stokes rocket, that's also going to be launching from the Cape. They also want to fly a lot, right? Like, a lot of people want to launch a lot. This is not just down to Starship alone or SpaceX alone. It is true, and again, and I concede that it is true that it is a very important problem to have, and something that we really need to see these companies come together and deal with. But as Chris was saying, I do not agree with perhaps it being the best location or the best moment or the best place to put that kind of comment, where it's like maybe
Yep.
you all three need to get together in a table or something and deal with it, right? Like kind of feels like it. Like
Guys, I mean, the other important thing to do is that the commercial launch market is a bolstering industry. Whoever captures more market share right now is standing to make a lot of money if the market explodes. That's why you see stuff like here. I'm just gonna bring up everything. That's why you see Boeing seeing Starliner through and finishing on their contracts, anticipating missions in the future to low Earth orbit. It's important that we have competition to be able to bolster the low Earth orbit economy. You want competition here with launch providers, at least right now. You don't want to consolidate and snuff out an industry before it even happens, right? And sometimes, that means, like in this particular case, making room for other providers. I mean, I'm not sure I 100% agree with that, right? But it's just something to noodle on, dude. I think that this is an important thing to understand if you think about the macroeconomics of the low Earth orbit economy over the next 20 years. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk.
I thought there'd be a quick little diversion while watching the people on the sticks working, and then 20 minutes later, I'm like, we're still on it. We've got to move on.
No, it's a
But
great
I think we
topic,
have a
like-
lot better things to look at, right?
Well, the fun thing is we saw the lifts coming down. I think there's still one lift up there. I saw the lift come down, but then we went to a closer view and I saw people still up there. So they are still working on that stick on the right-hand side from our viewpoint, at least. All the lifts are down, Carson says now, so maybe we'll get another slap. Maybe that's what's going to happen. And to, I was quickly address something, by the way, because, where is it? Rosanna asks, I couldn't find a tip option by doing a super chat. Rosanna, it's this. I'll just do the command in chat. There's a link to do the tips one, which is where it's direct support as opposed to where you do a super chat. Either way, it's still great support. So don't feel obligated to have to do it one single way. Either ways is great, and by all means, it's all very much appreciated. And on that bombshell,
I believe
Trevor?
we just learned the booster for tomorrow. Tomorrow's Starlink on something completely different is
All right.
B1062. So that will be a
Second
new flight
flight.
record.
Yay!
Oh,
So
yeah.
I don't know about you, but the booster's feeling 22.
No!
22.
Oh!
Damn it,
Nope.
I was going to say 22, and then I realised I thought Trevor was going to make a Taylor reference.
I'm so glad you're not going to be on that stream. Oh my lord, yeah.
I would
Oh,
just be singing the song the whole time.
I wonder if Trevor's going to have the producer for that stream line up lots of Taylor album covers and so whatever. I don't know. Maybe. Might be a copyright strike if we did, so we won't get away with it. Yeah, on bombshell, I think we're going to hand over to Trevor for hosting because I've got to go off and do other stuff. So
right, boss.
that, I'm going to say thanks for joining us, but we're going to continue this with the commentary and see what happens next with the chopsticks. So over to you, Trevor. Thank you.
All right, let's just talk about Taylor for the next few hours.
Oh my word.
No,
Yeah, but I got a question for you,
no.
buddy. What happens
What's
when
that?
Booster 1089 hits 22 flights? Are you gonna have explode collectively?
I'll wait for B1989-22.
Yeah. Okay. All right. That's fair. That's
Yeah.
fair. All right. Cool.
Anyway, moving on from Taylor stuff.
Post on, my friend.
Yeah, going to some of your guys' support, Bloodhound with the $2 super chat saying, physical bump stop sticks to limit closure.
I think that's
Yeah,
what
what
they
do you
have
guys?
right there.
Yeah, I think so too. That they kind of help protect both the vehicle and the chopsticks, right?
If you look
Yeah,
at the
they're there in the
string right
middle.
chopsticks, yeah, you could see that there's some pads on it up there. I think that's exactly what you're talking about, dude. That's a good call.
Yeah. Done. It's such a good idea. SpaceX already implemented
Or
it.
maybe they mean like between the sticks, because they also have that. They have on the sort of on the back where you see that pulley, there's also a connector for the chopsticks, so they cannot close all the way. Like if you wanted to close the chopsticks in such a way that you touch the tip, so to speak, like closing them all the way, you can't, because there's a physical stop there. To keep the chopsticks from completely closing together.
Yeah. Well, I was just informed that following yesterday's Falcon Heavy launch, we have a little bit of awesome shots. I believe this was one of Max's images that he captured yesterday during the Goes You mission, and wow, I
Look
mean
at that.
that is
You can see how bad the weather was on the other side of Florida because the rocket is heading like to the left back that way on its flight. But that other way, what you can see there on the background, those clouds, those were the ones that were sort of, putting in danger the launch.
Mhm.
Fortunately, they were
yeah.
able to find a clear.
Yep.
I
We're,
also think it's
super worried about that. Yeah.
Um, I also think it's pretty cool that you can immediately see that center core is slightly throttled down compared to the two
Yep.
side cores, where this definitely isn't full throttle down yet. It's probably in the getting to that 43% mark that John Edwards tweeted, but still noticeable.
I mean, even asking what that center core to do what it does, commanding 9 engines to start on the center core. I get it. There's 27 engines total, guys. Commanding those 9 engines to start, get up to 100% or somewhere 100% of rated thrust, and then immediately throttle down. That's asking a lot for nine rocket engines to do that. That's once upon a time. That's an extremely complicated thing to do, and SpaceX is making it look easy over here. Just that's really not easy to do something like that, to command full power, turn on full power, down, and then stay like that for a little while. That's pretty awesome, man.
Yeah. And this is actually somewhat new. They now don't only come on metal. You can also get them just on poster board paper, and then also framed, as you can see in the other options. So no matter what you want on your wall, we now have it. Anyway, going back to some of your guys' support, Taylor Made Productions advertising, I hope that's Taylor Swift, saying, when they attempt the booster catch, what are the odds the chopsticks will cause misalignments because of recoil? How can they go about fixing this? So, Alex, what are your thoughts with all of the wobbling that we've seen those chopsticks having during today's testing? Do you think they'll be able to catch it, and what ways can they improve this aside from just shortening the chopsticks?
Well, certainly that's something that we have to see, right? This is one of those things where it's like we could talk about it all day long and we will essentially need to see it in action until, you know, until it happens. We don't know if it actually will be one way or the other. Um, I don't really know, to be fair. Like, this is completely speculation, but I think that's probably going to be some misalignment, some damage there. But there's probably some leeway, at least for the first few boosters, if you know what I mean. We talked about before, for example, how what happens if they miss? Can they grab it from the chopsticks or something? From the chopsticks, from the grid fins, excuse me. And we talked about how, well, in theory, maybe yes, right? But it's not the desirable outcome. But for these first landings, it's like, look, if it's a little bit skewed, if it's not perfect landing, who cares? As long as it's intact and you can, just take it, analyze it, do your thing, who cares? That's my take. Sure, it might be misaligned. I don't know. I cannot answer yes or no at that. But even if it does, who cares? There's probably going to be much better landings in the future. And as you can see there's a second tower coming up, which will be a lot more improved. So, yeah, I'm not concerned, to be fair.
I mean,
Whatever happens, happens.
exactly. I'm with you, Alex. Guys, at some point, you could sit here asking, okay, what if the pins don't get misaligned? What if it falls on a grid fin? What if it misses completely and hits the OLM? At the end of the day, I said this a little bit earlier, no one's doing stuff like this. No one's ever even attempting to do anything even close to this. SpaceX is in very uncharted territory here. Don't get me wrong. If anybody has the chops, I've been hanging around with Sawyer too much. If anybody has the chops to do it, it's them. Yeah, no, sorry about that. My fault. If anybody has the chops to do it, they can. But at the end of the day, yeah, Alex is right. You just got to send it. You got to do it. Just do a test, see what happens, and then figure it out from there. You can only sit here and speculate about it, and do so many tests
before, like, and try to minimize the risk on that unknown. You can only do that so much. At the end of the day,
Hmm.
you have to try and snag one.
Yeah. Very
It's
true.
the same with the ship reentry, right? And like when we saw, for example, the hubs back in 2020 and 2021, it was like, will they be able to control the ship during the skydiving maneuver and everything? Well, the only way to, like, you can do a lot of wind tests and everything, right? Wind tunnel tests and all of that, until you get to that point of actually launching it and just letting it fall and try to control that. You're not going to be able to really say for sure until that happens. And it happened, and they did it 5 times. Obviously, the landing part was the one that actually failed a lot more, but at the end they got it and they were able to repeat that, even after going through that fire re-entry with that flap all damaged and everything. Like, yeah, it's one of those things that it's like so complex. It's so so many things at play that until you do it, it's not gonna be it's not gonna be a yes or no kind of thing until you prove it.
Yeah, that's this whole program. Like, I
Yep.
mean, even if you go back just a few years, Elon was pretty vocal about he didn't even know if it was possible to make a fully reusable, fully rapidly reusable vehicle that can put this much mass into orbit. And now it's, as he would say, it's only late.
Takes the impossible and makes it late, dude. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
SpaceX's motto.
yeah. Captain Q asking Will Smith versus Chopsticks, who slaps harder? Probably the Chopsticks. Cedric with a
Nice.
$20 super chat saying YouTuber P Run recently did a great review of a current space rates flights. It was interesting. I have not heard of them, but I'll take your word for it. And then Ellie Sars, one of our mods, saying Trevor's Taylor Swift concert ticket contribution. Well, thank you. Let's see, how
You
many
need a
days is
lot
it?
more than $15, so
Yeah,
with Taylor Swift, boy,
they are,
you need
tickets are
deep
not cheap.
pockets.
Anyway, going back to some of your guys' questions, Michael's wondering, how does the booster and Starship manage rotational degrees of freedom to the accuracy needed for landing? EJ, you want to start with that one?
Say it one more time, dude. I was talking to people in chat. Hit me.
How does the booster slash ship manage rotational degrees of freedom to the accuracy needed for landing?
The booster. So if you look at booster 14, there are 2 vents that are kind of towards the front of the booster facing us. There those 2 vents that are below where the holes are for the grid fins. Super Heavy has a couple of different forms of attitude control to be able to do a precise landing. Now, one of those vents that you see, there's small ones that are about the size of maybe a grapefruit. Actually, they're probably bigger than that, maybe a basketball compared to this scale. They're kind of a little bit below and to the left of the grid fins, right? Or where the grid fins would be mounted. That is your reaction control, or SpaceX calls it an attitude control system.
Oh,
What's up?
I think I saw the chopstick move.
Oh, all right. Yeah. No, the right one's definitely moving.
Kinda moving.
So, yeah, those ones shoot out compressed gas here. I'm going to keep an eye on this. I'll shut up if it starts moving quickly. And then you obviously have your thrust vector control on your engines when you're going to land. Raptor has 15 degrees of thrust vector control authority, which is a lot that's the most of any rocket engine I've heard of. And then obviously for aerodynamic components of the entry, descent, and landing for Super Heavy, you have the grid fins up top. So those 3 systems combined should be able to get this thing precise enough. Once again, I think they can do it. I think they will do it. First try, might not get it exactly aligned, but it will go. Yeah, that chopstick's definitely moving, guys. Come on, slap test, let's go.
It's going slowly. I think it might be going to the catch ready position.
Yep.
And then do another slap, but we'll
It's
see.
winding up. Here's the wind up. 1-0
Yeah, because it was open before, right? But that position is like way more open than it is.
Alex,
It
do
is
you think they
essentially
had that thing all the way open because the guys were inspecting it?
Yeah, most likely, because in this
Yep.
location they cannot reach it with the lifts, because the OLM is kind of in the way. So
Yep.
darn
Yeah,
old limb.
Yeah, I know. It's just there. God, what is it doing?
Man.
over there?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's kind of looking like it's moving to sort of like catch ready position, as I call it,
Mhm.
which is like that intermediate position. So it's at launch, the two arms are wide open, then they close a little bit to this position where it's like I'm ready for catching, and then once the booster comes down, then they fully close.
Yeah.
That should be that position more or less. So let's see if it continues closing.
Yep. There's it closing.
Looks like it's still closing, so maybe it's going all the way, but at much lower velocities. It did something similar as well before we went live, where it closed and it was essentially going very, very slow. And I told Adrian, "Oh, that's going slow," and he was like, "Oh no, that's fast." And I'm like, "Oh, you'll see when it's fast. That's slow." Yeah. So no slap, because it's not open to the position that it should for the slap, but they may be preparing for it. More of a tap, someone says in chat. They're gonna do like tappy tap, knock knock.
Yeah. Awesome.
Tap
Well,
it in.
while we wait for
Tap it in. Give it a little tappy. Tap a. What? Sorry. Back to you, Trevor.
nah. Let's just go back. Ooh, we have some store messages from Anonymous. Thank you for the great streams. Well, thank you for your support. Hope you enjoy all of the items you got from the store as they slowly maybe appear. Anyway, back to some questions. Chris is saying, could SpaceX do a Falcon Heavy configuration on Super Heavy, cut or reduce the thrust of the center core, allowing more fuel to be used for orbit refilling on the
Oof.
depot? Alex, can you explain why SpaceX is never going to do a tri-core design again?
I cannot, like, there's so many complications just with one booster, right? Imagine 3 of them. Wow. Yeah, I don't even know where to begin with. So first of all, when you have a configuration like Falcon Heavy, the regular Falcon 9 is not made to essentially survive or take loads from the sides. So when you see, for example, Atlas or Vulcan, and they have the SRBs, for example, that booster is essentially made to be able to hold onto those forces from the SRBs. It has reinforcements on the right locations for that. Falcon 9 is not, and Super Heavy is not either, right? So if you were to attach boosters to the side, you need to reinforce the structure on those locations where it's taking the loads, either by making thicker wall tanks or having more reinforcements like more stringers or things like that. Falcon Heavy Center Core has a little bit of both. It's thicker tank walls and also more reinforcements, but that's just like the tip of the iceberg. You still have things like need to control 99 engines, right? All at once to be able to make those loads go the way that they need to go, because you have those boosters, those side boosters are the ones doing the heavy lifting. That's the whole point of having the boosters. That's why they throttle down the core. It's not only to reserve some of the propellant for later, but it also allows them to use the side cores, the side boosters only. So those are the ones doing all the work. You're essentially just pushing the booster up instead of being like hanging from the booster, so to speak. So all of that needs to be controlled, and those loads that are pushing against the core and everything, ramping up and ramping down in power as they go through max Q and all that. That's fairly easy, so to speak, compared for Falcon Heavy compared to Super Heavy, because first of all, they are much simpler engines. It's 9 per core instead of 33, so that will be much more simpler. But that's just the tip of the iceberg, as I was saying. Then you go down to the ground systems, how to ignite. The 20-hour engines on the Super Heavy are ignited via the quick disconnects on the OLM. So you will need something like that for the other two boosters. It's a mess. They will. It's not something that they will do ever, and it was already quite complicated for Falcon Heavy. Now, if they've done the 10th flight of Falcon Heavy, but they were very close to not developing Falcon Heavy at all. I believe One Shot will said that there was 2 times at which she had to tell Elon, no, we're doing it, because Elon wanted to cancel it, and because it was super complicated to develop. So yeah. Better single core that is wider and taller than 3 cores.
I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I don't want to see Starship heavy. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I don't want to. I understand the reasons why they would never do it, but I'm not gonna sit here and say that I wouldn't want to see that. Okay.
Oh yeah,
Right? That'd be sweet.
that's a different thing, of course. If
Right?
we were able to do like on KSP and just put things together and everything, that
Just
would
have
be
more
amazing.
boosters, 5-head.
Yeah.
Fine.
I mean, who says 2 extra boosters? Just put 4 more, like 4 around a central
Dude,
core.
4,
Have
go.
5.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Make it work like
Skull,
Ingara.
Neo.
Just, 4 common cores. Let's go.
Exactly.
Do
And
it.
put a few Falcon 9s on just for good measure.
Yeah. Can we add some
Yeah, you can put-
GM63s on the side?
You can put boosters on the boosters as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just gotta add more struts. I'm in for this. Let's do it.
But yeah, it's never gonna happen.
Yeah, of course. But it could. Of course.
Yeah,
But maybe.
David with another store message saying, "Thanks NSF team, I've been watching the stream since SN8 Static Fires. You have inspired so many by giving them exposure to this kind of STEM media and education in a lighthearted but informative way." Well, that SN8 was a long time ago, so thank you for sticking around, and it's our honor to be here and bring all of this to you. I think most of the team, I can speak for saying there's nothing we'd rather be doing.
That's correct.
And then
I want
Doug.
to stare at this tank with you guys. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we love watching these steel tubes. Then Doug gifted 10 Red Sea memberships, so thank you very much, Doug. All right, going. Here's one for you, EJ. I think from a discussion. What's that?
No, I said what? Me? No, keep
Ah.
going. You good?
So instead of using liquid fuel for that, EJ, just hollow it out and fill it full of solid fuel. This was in reference to what you were saying earlier. Do you know?
Yeah, about making 14.1 an orbital core. Dude, it's just what we were talking about, guys. It's just what we were talking about a second ago. I don't think they would ever do that, but if they did, I'd be here for it. You know what I mean? I'd be here for it.
Yeah. Brian says V1 can put 100 tons into LEO fully fueled. S26 SSTO can put 20 tons. I definitely don't think 26 can put 20 tons into orbit. SSTO. Won't be able to do much since it has no LOX tank. Yeah. Noah, is there any value in NASA continuing to fund old space? Because it seems to me like the only results are delays and over budgeting. EJ, this seems like something that you will have a strong opinion on.
Oh, here we go. You're just gonna make these people hate me, dude. They're all gonna hate me. No. Yeah, I think there is, guys. Honestly, I think if that funding for NASA wasn't there, it's not like it's gonna go to the private market. That is a overall net increase in funding for the spaceflight industry, with NASA having all these projects. Now, I don't think these projects are above criticism by any means. I'm pretty sure SLS was supposed to launch for the first time in 2017. That didn't happen at all. You missed it by that much, right? I don't think it's not above criticism. But it's very clear that we've seen in past spaceflight projects like the Apollo program that this system can be leveraged to do great things. I really want to get it back to doing those great things and have it bolster the commercial market. The government operates aircraft, but the private airline industry is amazing. Now, in the future, would it be cool if NASA procured a couple of Starships and
would fly those around like NASA flies around T-38s, yeah, I think that's where it should go. Abso-freaking-lutely. That's where it should end up. But we're nowhere near that point right now. Maybe, you know, that's going to seem kind of silly with NASA flying a bunch of starships every day for science purposes to still have something like SLS. But you guys got to remember that point ain't happening for a little while. Even that's per Elon's own admission, right? Like, before you hate me, that's what he said in Tim's interview. Like, that's what he said. It's going to take some time to get there, right? And until we are absolutely certain that Starship can fill that void, I think that you still need to have some competition in this industry, even if it's from a public entity. You know what I mean? There has to be some parity there, or else you're going to get market consolidation. And I don't think that's wise. That's what happened in the 90s, and that's the reason why ULA exists in the first place, or at least part of it. There's other things at play there, but that's the idea. So yeah, I think we should keep funding them until the point where NASA could go to Elon and be like, hey, we need 4 of these for a mission to Jupiter or something, and he'd be like, yeah, all right, cool, here, I'll sell them to you. Right? Like, till we get to that point, I don't think it's wise putting all your eggs in one basket. Another lesson that NASA learned in the 80s, don't do that. Yeah, parity versus parody. Yeah, parity meaning the same capability, guys. Also balloon.
Yeah, good answer. But with that,
Yep.
I think we are doing a host swap. So before everyone gets mad at EJ, he can duck out of here.
Oh, don't hate me,
EJ,
guys.
thank you. Thank you very much for being on and answering all of the questions.
Yeah, no problem. Hey, Trevor, thanks for hosting, and thanks everybody else for having me. I do appreciate it. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying just to be unbiased here. Like, I don't want to come off as a superb SpaceX fanboy, even though that's exactly what I am. All right. So I try to be contrarian here from time to time. So just keep that in mind. I'm trying to get your noggin jogging. Okay. Don't hate me, please. Anyway, now if you do, that's fine. It's the internet. You got to. Hate watching is fine, I guess, if you want to do that. But anyway, Trev, thanks for having me, guys. I'm gonna leave. That's where I bid you adieu. I will see you guys later. Thank you.
See EJ. And replacing EJ is Ryan Weber again. Ryan, welcome back.
Well, it's glad to be back, Trevor. You know, got some food. I'm ready to keep going with whatever SpaceX is doing, and we just, you know, commentator hot swap. Meant to say it before EJ left, but you know, yeah.
Yeah, and you've come back to the very, very good news about a 20-second Falcon flight.
Yeah, I know.
Cool. Going back to some of your guys' support, since there's a lot coming in. So thank you everyone for just being here, liking this video, the live stream, and then for those who do come above and beyond doing that. Doug with another $20 super chat saying, "What do you think the chances are of OLM2 including a water deluge system for the OLM itself?" So Ryan, we know from Tim's interview with Elon that there's going to be a fairly
Okay, guys, I'm back. All right, you guys want to play some workers? Let's do it. Sorry, yeah, I generally don't like pop in and do NSF stuff right away, but they were running low on staff, so they were like help us, and I'm like, okay, I got you. Hey, Raven, 51 month resub. Thank you very much, dude. I do appreciate it. Anyway, what you've been watching is the Starship NSF coverage of Starship 14.1 testing, where SpaceX slapped that booster with the catch arms a couple of times, which is pretty rad. But I wanted to come back because I said we'd be playing some workers today. So let me just go grab a bit of water. EJ the Ironman doesn't take a break. Nah. Yeah, it's fine. It's also insanely warm in here. Yeah, whatever. What are you gonna do? I really like the explanation about gas pumps versus liquid impellers. Yeah, I tried, dude. I tried. Back channel, making sure I'm clear over there. Okay. All right. I need something to drink. I will be right back. 1 second, and then we'll play workers. Let's do this. It's toasty in here. Entertain us, chair. You need a fan. You know what? I do need a fan. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab the fan from the shop. I got a fan. It's my biggest fan. Okay, I will stop with the bad humor. Oh. Oh, yeah. It probably is your biggest fan. I know, that's what I just said. Oh, that's dope. Yeah, I don't hate that. All right, guys, here. I'm going to fire up the YouTube end here. R2, fire up the converters.